Hey there, it's stream 205. I can never really remember what stream number it is. I have to glance, and I don't like that I have to glance like that. Glance to see the number. Anyway, today I'm going to be working on some bugs first, and then some tools in the world building. And I don't know if I'll get through all of this, or I'll have extra time or whatnot, but I can't do an extra long stream today because I got errands to run. But let's see what I can do. So this is my game. We have a couple people logged into it now. You can log into it here. So I worked on some performance improvements the last couple of days. Before that, I had added these items called swords. And they are required now to slay the NPCs that randomly spawn throughout the game world. And you pick them up with some new controls. You walk over the NPCs, they get despawned. After a few times, the sword breaks, and you gotta go pick up another one. And we had some swords graciously donated to the world down here. We had a lot more swords in the world before that. It was kind of fun. And the one thing that I started thinking while I was managing, the sword population, was that the controls I have in the admin panel here are kind of weak. There are a lot of things I could add pretty easily and cheaply that would help me out greatly. And one of the things I want to get into next is using some of these decorations. Like I would like to place down a sign. Let's say I wanted to put a sign right here, right? Right now, if I place a sign, it replaces the ground. Oops. So I would like a way that I could click the sign, like with a shift click or something, and replace the sign as a tile on top of the ground. Another thing I would like to have is this teleporter up here is not only a tile in the world, but also has a trigger. It would be cool if I had a way to duplicate that, or have a shortcut just to add a teleport trigger, or add any kind of thing, really, to the selected entity. Another thing I'd like to have is be able to click on the user where it shows the entity number, and instead of having to try to find them in the world, just have that number 3672 show up in the entity, and like I could actually type it in here and I get it directly and not have to find them. So right now I'd have to find the person in the world, then click their entity. Now I have access to them. A couple other things: if I accidentally hit that all of the information about AKS8M that's in the game would be destroyed, including not only what items they had, but the number of points they've earned in game. So I kind of want to have a mistake guard in place so that you can't just remove any kind of entity, but maybe only remove entities that don't have things like the player component. And if it does, maybe instead of removing right away, pop up a dialogue saying, "Are you sure that entity is a player in the game?" Deleting them will, whatever. And hey there, Nui. Nui said, maybe overlay when the tile contains transparency. Well, actually, all of the tiles could have transparency, including the background tiles. In fact, most of them will. So I kind of don't want transparency to imply that it is a background tile. You know what I'm saying? Another reason why I might want non-transparent tiles to stack is I might have a something hidden in the game, obscured by a tile on top, like a secret door. So that's what this spinning rectangle is for, sort of mark anything that's unusual in the game. So right now it's marking anything that has a trigger component, but I also might want to mark anything that has more than one tile and isn't in, or maybe has more than one background tile, something like that. I don't know. Change the default mode. The editing mode right now, I'm linking to what panel you're on. So if you're on the character thing and you click, it jumps you around. If you're on the entity panel and you click, it changes what entities you have selected, etc. Tile set will be painting. So that's why I have it written down in the plan here. With if there's more than one action with keyboard modifiers like Shift and Alt, and that's sort of inspired by other tools like Blender has this, where if you're holding down a different key combination, the context of the mouse changes. So like left clicking with the player selected would teleport the player. So it would be cool if someone got lost, like let's say Nui got lost, I could click there and then just click in the world and Nui would just be teleported there. A quick rescue, right? Because right now I have to find the entity number, then I have to change the coordinates, or I can use the teleport command. It's all kind of too slow for me. All right, but first some bugs. So one bug I really like to fix is why sometimes moves aren't turned off when players are offline. When they aren't turned off, what that causes is the game is constantly trying to move the player every 1/4 of a second, and it's just adding like a ton of extra journal entries to the game that we don't need. So it'd be nice to just either when the player goes offline or when the server comes back up and reports that the player is no longer online, that the game should just turn off the move automatically. I thought I did that, but it apparently didn't work because the other day I saw 2 players not logged in and the movement was stuck on. Another bug is despawning in the non-default zones. So in this zone, for example, these mobs, these NPCs cannot be killed. They're invincible. So right now I'm having to constantly kind of go through and clean them up by removing them from the game. So I'm gonna fix that. Oh, another problem. I haven't seen it in a while because there haven't been a whole lot of new accounts created while I was watching it, but creating a player while the admin is logged in ends up, it shows it in the list here with a 0 ID or entity or both, and then selecting them selects every player that was added that had a 0. That's just missing information. And then a couple things related to depth. So I want players to be at a higher depth so that they don't appear underneath items. So that happens quite frequently. In fact, probably Nui is over here or somewhere. Oh. You'll probably see it. It's possible for a player to show up underneath an item, which doesn't make sense. Also, showing specials at a higher depth. So, for example, this one down here, the portal gateway is showing on top of the special sprite marker. I want it to always look like this one up here, where it's on top. Hey there, Crumpet and Rhyolite. How are you guys doing? Build that poor Nui. Oh, Widow's Walk. Hope you guys are doing well today. Yeah, so I'm going to be fixing those bugs I was just talking about and improving the tools that I use to build the world. So, for those who don't know, Rhyolite, an awesome streamer, you should check out his stream, where we're exploring how intelligence works, modeling the human brain, neurons, connections, that kind of thing. A very, very cool stream. Anxiously waiting an electric guitar in the mail. Oh, cool. You'll have to play that on stream. You'll be a variety streamer. Isn't that, by definition, you become a variety streamer if you have more than one thing that you stream? So you could go between exploring how intelligence works and playing electric guitar. Okay, here's an example of the bug, right? So these mobs, these NPCs shouldn't show up underneath those swords, right? But the problem is they're all at depth 1. Also, my overlay here, it doesn't sort them correctly. Interesting. The depth 0 should be on the bottom. I think it's just not sorting them at all. Your map fuzzer, trademark, just has problems with certain map formation. Oh, the map fuzzer, like what you're using to move around randomly in the map? Sure are a lot of orcs out here, and ogres. Okay, anyway, let's address the first bug. Yeah, no, as always, if you have questions about the game, please feel free to ask. You can tag me in chat to make sure I see the message, because sometimes I miss chat, and I feel bad later when I find out someone asked me a question and I didn't see it. I also have lots of links to the game if you want to read a bit more about it here, if you want to play the game, or if you want to see what I'm working on today. And it's all the notes are in one note, which I can now show in dark mode. I'm so excited about that. And every stream has notes. And common questions have notes for answers. All right. Why aren't player moves turned off? Let me go to where I think I did that, or maybe it would be better just look at the Git history and see what change actually should have made that. Oh, that's cool. I never got the latest code because it. Let's do a git k. How come my brain right now won't tell me if that's the right way to put it in the background? I think that's, yeah, okay, I got it. Just took me a while. I want to have that pull while I look at the history. I'm looking for move. Is this it? No. I don't think this is it either. Maybe I just imagined that I addressed the bug. What else would I put in the bug? Turn off. Aha, here it is. So it's in the executor. And I'm going to look for the substring to find it in the code. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. How are you doing? Wait a minute. Didn't I say that? Okay, I'm getting my days confused. I said hello to you yesterday, not today. Excuse me. All right, here it is. So what's going on here? This is if they're marked logged out. It's supposed to look up that player's entity, the input component, if it's not invalid, and move is not empty, set it to be empty. So for some reason that's not done. It could be that player logged out is not called in all pathways. Definitely when you log out and when you get a client report. The client report is what you get if a follower server player logs out from that, or if the server comes up, it reports that it has no clients, and then this should say, okay, anyone who was marked logged in there is now logged out. Should have worked. Hey there, Nanya Busyness. You love the endless corridor? Oh yeah. You want to see how it looks like to me? You might have been here when I made it. But that's what's actually happening to your character. It's an invisible trigger that teleports you back. What is that? 4 moves? 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. And then if you were to go one more, you'd see the treasure chest. I mean, you'd see a blank wall. Which I only put there if for some reason of like a bug you end up getting past it. I didn't want you to wander out into the space. Yep. Pretty cool. That's a mechanic in a lot of the old games I'm trying to model. Is you'd have puzzles in the form of just teleporters where you don't quite notice you've been teleported. There might be 2 almost identical rooms, and stepping on one square in the room jumps you to the other room. And the puzzle will be, how do you navigate through the room without, being jumped around and reset? Someday you'll get there. Yeah. There might be a logic bug here. Get the player's record. Find their position. If it's not an invalid position. Right, so this would have been run Otherwise, we would be able to still see them. Because this code takes them to the special logged out zone. You want to visit the special logged out zone? It's pretty freaky. Here we go. All of the players in the game who log out are transported to the special zero zone right now, just so that they don't appear in the world when they're not logged in. I'm going to be changing that so that instead of being transported to a special null zone, there's an extra bit of data associated with your with one of the components of your entity that just makes it not collidable, not visible. But right now we have this freaky logged out zone where everyone who's not logged in gets to stay. Go back to the far lands. All right. Freeze? What froze? What froze? Freeze what? You mean, what do I do when the character logs out? Like freeze them? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, so this is the code right now that when you log out, it says, if you were in a zone, remember what zone you're in, then put you in the special zero zone. If you were not in... I'm actually not sure why I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm doing this. Oh, actually I do. I remember why. If you're in the default zone, this is going to be obsoleted, but you would remove the previous zone key also when you log out, so that when you log back in, it puts you back into the default zone. Anyway, if this runs, which I'm sure it did, then this should have run too. This is just getting the input component, saying if it's not invalid, if the move field of the input component as interpreted as a string is not empty, then make it empty and set it. That's weird. Why would this work and this not work? You know, the only thing I can think of is that this change was made on June 1st. It could be that those players that I noticed the other day started moving before June 1st and before I deployed this into 1.11, whenever that was. I guess it would be that day, June 2nd. So they'd been moving the whole time since June 2nd? Maybe I'll just wait until see if that... See, this might be because the players I saw offline but moving had started moving before 1.11.0 was deployed. That was 2019-06-02. Let's wait. I really shouldn't put them in the plan, should I? Should put it in the notes. Why aren't moves turned off? Maybe because... Let's wait. No, let's wait again. Let's wait until it happens again. If it does. Let's wait, that's right. Hey there, Big Splace, how are you doing? It's been a while? How long has it been? Let's see what my chat history says. Oh wow, it's been a month. So you might be interested in the recap video then. You can see what happened the last 2 weeks of May that you missed, and see where the game is today. Which looks like this. So there are prototype items in the game. I don't know if there are prototype NPCs when you last saw. There are different zones now, and Rhyolite is still here demonstrating the infinite hallway. If you step on this thing, which is a hidden teleporter, I can see a little marker where it is, but players can't. Step on that, it teleports you back to here, and then you keep moving, teleports you back. So I added that to the game, and I've been working on performance improvement to bring the server down in its CPU usage, so I can add more to the game without exceeding the limit I set on it. What else did I do? I integrated a chat so that when VIPs and above show up or chat, it shows up in game, stuff like that. I moved all my commands in here. So any of these commands like code journey, it's not stream elements responding anymore. It's actually my game. So a bunch of new stuff. I'm working today on fixing some bugs and then adding some more tools for the world building. Yeah, so I can do stuff like I can inspect individual entities. I can delete them. Goodbye, NPC. Boom, gone. I'm trying to improve on that today. Yeah, well, that's one reason I started making those recap videos is for me day to day it seems slow, but I think it adds up, and when a month has passed by, if you haven't been watching, it's like, whoa, a lot of stuff has changed. And so it has a dual purpose. People can catch up, and then I can sort of get motivated again if I was running out of motivation. I can watch the video myself again and say, oh, look, I'm actually making progress, so keep going, you know? All right, so the next thing in the list, because this probably isn't a problem, I'm hoping. Next one is despawning outside the default zone. So that's going to be in the NPC despawning system. NPC destruction system, yes. So there's code in here which I think is bad. Here it is. So we only despawn if we get all the way into where? If this function returns true, that means that it's going to get destroyed because an armed player character is present on the same square as the NPC. So that's here. So that's to, you have to, it has to find a player holding a sword. But before that, there's this check, which I think is what's screwing it up. So this is saying that if the player, this is completely garbage. This says if there's a player who doesn't even have a position in the world, but they have a sword, then they slay the NPC. I think this is just totally wrong. And if they don't have a zone, yeah, so this is just totally wrong. It should be that the player and the NPC have to be in the same zone. So that means I need to know what zone we're in and whether it's the default zone or not. And then we have to check it, right? So I think what I'll just do is compute the same variables. So if a player doesn't have a position, I think we just don't even consider the player. So that would be a continue, right? Otherwise, player Z equals oh, right, we already have X and Y. It already has to be in the same, oh, wait a minute. We're looking at the same index. I don't need this then. The correct index is already given to us. This is a cache of all entities in that same zone for given coordinates. Is that all I need to do then? Just skip it if they don't have a position? Why am I even getting the position then? I don't need to do any of this stuff. They just have to show up in that index, right? So, yeah. I just need to do this, I think. Well, let me try that. To test this, I would have to make, in my test world, a second zone. I don't know if I had the Bob zone. Oh, yeah. Okay, these guys are going to die. One of them's going to have to die. I should probably make a teleporter to get here and back, right? So let's do that. Let me go down to here. I'm going to copy this teleporter here. Actually, let's copy the tile first. So this is another thing I want to work on today to make this more easy to do. Where to put the transporter? Put it up here in the corner? I don't know. So click, add, and then add the tile there. True. There's a lot of clicks to do that. It'd be super easy if I could just duplicate a component, you know? trigger, or duplicate an entire entity would be nice. And there's another bug that the special marker doesn't show up until I leave the screen and come back. Alright, anyway. I want it to actually transport me to Bob zone in let's pick this one, -1, 1, okay? So, -1 by 1, and then Bob zone is what? 1726. Update. Okay, and then let me make another one to get back. So, going to the Bob zone. You can see this is very tedious. Right here, add tile, true, and then back to the default zone. Where should I put it? Excuse me. Where should I put us back at? Let's put us back here at -14, -2. So let's steal the trigger component. He's stepping on it. He's going to escape in a second. Should make teleporters that only work for players. What I should do. Trigger. So as is, when he steps on it, he'll jump over there. Yeah, see how he jumped over there? So let me go back and get the coordinates. -14, -2. Okay. So many steps to do this. And then when I delete the Z key, it should put us back in the right zone. -4, oh, no comma. I get the coordinates right? Yeah, okay. So let me get a player account to test this little teleporter thing. Last time you were here, I was working on the UI stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, I go from one thing to another, right? UI stuff, game stuff, art, performance improvements, bugs. Okay, here we are in the world. See how when I step on them, they don't die? So that's because you now need a sword. So let me pick up a sword in my inventory now. And let's test this. I should be able to slay them. No, that's right. The bug is still in there. I can't slay them. But I should be able to get back out. Cool. Alright, so let's work on the bug fix. Let me turn off the game so these guys don't escape in the meantime. Okay, how come it's not responding to my... That's weird. There we go. Finally something to distract you. Am I distracting you? Hopefully I'm distracting you from something bad. Alright. The cat's yelling at me from the stairs. Wonderful. Oh, right. I had gotten what I think is the fix, and I was going to test it, which is just running this again. I'm back to running the debug build of the game, so it's a little bit slow to get started. But if it were to crash, I could attach to it and get a stack trace. Waiting on that courier, yep. That's one reason why sometimes I don't order stuff. I will go to the traditional brick and mortar place, like they have this sort of warehouse store called Fry's Electronics, where you can go to get computer parts, and I'll just go there because I'm like, I want to build it today. I don't want to wait for a delivery. Okay, so now let's see if I can slay them. Yeah, die. Don't escape. Then in the default zone should still work. Cool. And I kind of need one of these guys to be teleported to the that special zone. So let me oh, that's interesting. You see that? It didn't load the camera at first. Anyway, I want to teleport this guy to the Bob zone. So I'll put him on -15, -2. And he'll be yoinked into the Bob zone. And I'll go there. Cool, so that still works. He's not slain just because he's there. He's slain because he's there. Because I'm there and he has, and I have a sword equipped. Gonna get you, Tiger. Ah, you've been destroyed. Alright, cool. But that bug is dead. Let's check that in. And fixing that bug was really just removing a bunch of code that didn't need to be there. So, fix bug where NPCs in non-default zones were invulnerable. Alright, next bug. Player ID not being sent to the admin when created. So that's a special thing in the subscription system in the back end. Not Raft, it's coordinator subs. What is it? Announce. Is it announce player change? Is that what it is? That's the one I almost went to. No, it's not player change. It's new player. Player added? Player added announcement message. Okay, well here it's in there. I wonder if it's just not communicated, or if it's not used in the front end. So the front end part of that, I guess the easiest way would be to just search for that string and it would show up here on player added. What is this saying? Dirty hack upholds in non-player keys along with player keys. Oh, because of the format of this message, the fact that this type is going to get added to the player because it's part of the message. So I had that there, so I would do something more like this, where it is this is pushed down a level. I wouldn't call it a dirty hack. Anyway, this is gonna go to that. All right. Reflect player added. It'd help if I spelled it correctly. There we go. It goes to this reducer. It's testing the username. Really, I should be testing the ID now. It actually looks to me like it should work. I wonder if this... So let me test this. So in the test world admin page, we show all users. Okay, so here's let me clear this up. This account has no entity in the game because that was a account made before there were entities. So let me fix that by logging in as that account. Actual gamer. So interesting. This didn't update that the player got an entity. I wonder if that's the problem. So that's a different bug than I thought it was, but it's still a bug. I guess I'm updating my plan then. I'll try to get into the habit of not touching the plan, but just adding it to my notes here. So, players without entities. When entity is assigned, subscribers aren't told about it. Okay, so but let's try the other bug. So it would be creating a new account. Something I haven't used. How about Alex? Chickens is the password, of course. Don't need to do the captcha because it's in the test environment. Okay, so they got added there. I'm not seeing the bug where multiple rows are selected when I click on it. So let me try to make a new account, Alex2. Okay, maybe that bug is gone, and I just thought it was a bug. But this is a bug that the entity number didn't update. How will I test this again? Because right now it's impossible to create an account and not get an entity assigned. Maybe I just don't worry about it, because if I just refresh, I'll see the entity number. There it is, 2693. Yep, chickens. Let's see. That's my chicken impression. You like it? Okay, I'm gonna say that this bug was fixed and I didn't realize it, but there's another one. I just want to track that. So, bug with players panel showing multiple rows selected appears to have been fixed. Let's move on. Okay, next one. Elevate sprite specials to a higher level, and I can see that problem here, right? No, I can't see it. Is that because this is at level 1 and in the real game it's different? Or is this just random luck? Huh. What would set the draw order for that? Why would this appear underneath? I should look at the specials and how I define them on this. It's not there. It's this depth one, actually. Special. Specials are in the middleware stage. Special tile. Oh, it doesn't actually set the depth? No, it returns it to something else, which probably sets the depth, right? Special tile. Oh, interesting. We don't set the depth. So it's just random. Where does it get set? Does it get set in here? Nope. So this sets X and Y. This sets the texture. And then we set the origin. Where do we set the depth? Oh, is it right here? Here, set depth. Oh, we're not setting the special tile depth at all. So, why is it showing up on top sometimes then? Like there. Oh, because that's at depth 0. That's the wrong depth. So if I change that, it would maybe draw in the wrong order. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. It's always at depth 0. That's the problem. I kind of wanted to show up on top of everything else. So what if I just hack it to put it at depth 99? And I would do that as part of this, I think. Or how does the depth set? It's set depth. Let's just do it here. Special tile.set depth 99. Actually, I didn't want to use magic numbers, so I had special things for this. Const depth special tile. I did this on purpose because I was sort of reserving 0 through 100 or something for actual game data, and everything above 100 is special stuff, so maybe that's what I want here too. Like 101 for special tile, and then bump these up. Like that. Your chickens when they're in the Philippines? You should have blocks of depth. Yeah, I had that. It won't show up for a player. And this won't get updated because that's the production build. Here's the debug build. Okay, so to test this, I think these were all set. Yeah, so these are at the wrong depth. Move it up one. If I move it up high enough, like 111. Oh, I have to move it off screen and back on. I should fix that too. The specials aren't updated. Anyway, yeah, so it'll be on top unless the tile is really strongly above. There we go. So that bug is down. I do kind of want to fix the bug where the special doesn't pop into view though. Let me add that to the list. Specials, what happens if I remove a special? Like if I take this trigger and just add it to, I don't know. Let's just add it to, you know, it'd be interesting. What if I added it to an NPC? Then they become a moving teleporter, don't they? Let's make this Grim Reaper here a moving teleporter. Because we can. Oh, he's teleporting himself. Interesting. Okay, that... We don't want him to trigger himself. Let's remove it. Yeah, he was constantly getting re-teleported back to that square because he was teleporting himself. If I have moving teleport... That's another bug. I do kind of want to have teleporters that move, but I don't want them to teleport themselves. First things first, so specials. Draw them when added to a spot already in view of the camera. And then this is triggers. Make trigger carriers immune to the trigger. Right? The other one thing I wanted to test, which is why I was going to add that teleporter, is I wanted to test what happens when I remove a trigger, but I didn't want to delete one of these triggers I already have. So copy that and let's add let's add a tile. Let's add a duplicate teleporter right here. Add tile. As long as I have that set to true, it actually shows it. Another thing I think I need to have happen is if I manually change the depth, it doesn't redraw it. But there's no way I can really tell it to do that unless I use this change flag, which maybe I'll just use that. Anyway, the trigger now. Over here, trigger, paste that. So it doesn't show up until I leave and come back, right? But what if happens now if I remove the trigger? So it didn't repaint it, but does it repaint it if I do this? It would if I change the tile to 2 or something. To assign, but didn't remove the special. Until I leave and come back, right? Yeah, okay, so it's specials. Remove them when removed from a spot already in view of the camera. So the already in view of the camera thing, that tells me right away it's going to be in the rendering system where I have to do this work. I'll probably do it as part of if a tile is marked changed with this change flag, then we'll have to reevaluate if it had a special or not. Used to play a really fun 2D game called The Forthcoming. Is that just similar to mine? Is that why you mentioned it? I've never heard of it. We're done with this tile, right? So destroy the entity. Oh, another test should be if I destroy the entity, does it remove the special? Let's add a new one. Put it. What did that do? Oh, okay, never mind. Tile. Interesting. Does it draw it even if I don't have the change there? No, that doesn't work. It's when it wasn't there before and it is now. Okay, got it. All right, trigger. Then move off screen and back on. Right. So what happens if I remove the entity? Okay, it does remove the special with it, so I don't need to worry about that. And what if it had a trigger first and then a tile? Let's try that. So we'll add the trigger first. Then give it a tile. I think it will pop the special into view, but I'm not sure. No, it didn't. Interesting. I would have thought it would. Okay. There might be a bug in the rendering system then. Anyway, I did elevate the sprites specials. Do I want to do this, the first one that I planned first, and then address these, maybe? Elevate players to a higher depth. So right now... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I'm like, why is it showing the default tile? Because I didn't pick one. Let's pick this one. Alright, log out this player. Well, the other thing I should do that was requested was to have the logout button be on every page. It's missing from the settings, profile, and tickets pages, right? It's in the character page, but not these ones. I kind of don't feel like working on that one right now, though, to be honest. Hey there, play poker badly? Or poker, I should say. Okay, yeah, player depths, right? So, do we have a player in game right now? Nui is, so let me go find Nui. Probably over here. 1984, I should have remembered that one. The depth is 1. I think I just want to set players at a higher depth. The problem is right now, if you were to stack 2 swords together, they will, does anyone stacked any swords here? Oh, they have. Whoa, there are a bunch of swords there. Someone has amassed an armory. I think what I'll see here is they'll all have different depths. Oh, interesting. That's another bug. They're all at depth 3. They shouldn't be at depth 3. It should look at the highest one and then take the next depth higher. Huh. They're all at depth 3 for some reason. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's durability 3. That's the depth in the position. Okay, they're all at 1. Did I want items to stack just randomly? So leave it at depth 1, and then players can just be at depth 2, and then they always show up above items. Maybe that's good enough. Okay, so yeah, let's do that for now. So that means that just change the default depth of players to be depth 2. And let's grandfather them in somehow. So, and the same thing with NPCs, right? This shouldn't be that hard. I need to find the spawner for NPCs where we set the depth, set it to 2. Here it is. Depth 2, done. Let's put players at depth 3 then. So players are created by the executor. Is this it? Player logged in, place them at depth 3. And then I can add in here that if it is valid and their depth is not 3, set it to 3, right? Yeah, so as part of the logging in process, we can say if int position with this key not equal to 3. So want to make a constant for that though. I'll do that in a second. So that'll put it up at 3 the next time they log in then. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? Yes, New, I found your stack. It was quite an impressive test. Look at that. It didn't break my tool. The scrolling works. I see you have amassed an impressive armory of weapons there. This was probably the bug you were testing, right? That you can get multiple references to the same entity in your inventory. What does your inventory look like right now? You have nothing in your inventory. That's actually another thing I wanted to test. I shouldn't put null in there, I should put 0. Yeah, when I mouse over, I saw. You see that there's actually a lag drawing all of those numbers. There's only a single stack on each of those spots, but that is a lot of swords. How many did you end up putting there? I mean, that's a lot. Did you put several hundred swords in that same spot? I don't know what to do. Should we leave them there? Or should I start removing them? The remove should be easy. I just start hitting this button, remove. Let's remove some of them. Destroying entities in the game. Oh wow, there are a lot. I want to put them to a reasonable number. Yeah, so that reminds me of one other thing I wanted to do. I know it's fun to put swords everywhere, but I think realistically in the game, the items should despawn after a certain amount of time. So I'll probably just add a game system that despawns items that have been in the world for too long. Let me just fit it to one page. I'll let you keep some of your weapons around, but not all of them. That's enough, right? One can never have too many swords, but that's probably enough for a while. Should I make one special? Call this the Devious Sword of Power. Okay, so Sword 7868 is special. It cannot be destroyed. Well, it'll last 10,000 uses, and it's called the Devious Sword of Power instead of just being Iron Sword. So you won't know which sword it is. But there'll be a sword in there that's inexhaustible, practically. Just have some fun there. Okay, see you, Bix Blaze. Yeah, I wanted to make this a constant, and I wanted to put it in a common place, too. It's game related, so maybe I make a game constants file. Yeah, let's put it here somewhere. Let's just copy this file and call it game constants. This module declares various constants used throughout the game. So there will be only one of them right now. Before I get too far with that, let's add it to the make file. Whoops. Yeah. G for game, right? So here. Is that where it ended up? Near after executor? Yeah, okay. Don't need any of these. Okay, so it's const expr tile depth background item. NPC. PC. But I want to reserve some depth for other things. Probably should. I should probably add another level for foreground. That could be underneath items. Let's give some space in here in case I add stuff later. I can use 10, 20, 30, right? I don't want to go above 100 because it'll conflict with the UI. So let's make another one called max or something, or max, or reserved for UI, and that'll be 100. So that UI elements that need to be on top of everything else can be above that. Okay. And I need to give them a type, don't I? Alright, so back in Executor, let's use this number instead of 3. And then I need to include... Do I need to put this in front? I think I do. I need to include that header file. Cool. So the same thing for the NPC spawning. Right here. Realm server. Tile depth NPC. And now there was where do we do items? There's the item spawner. Armory, right? And here it is. So realm server tile depth item. And items can also be put into the world when you drop them. So that was in the coordinator when it's told to drop that. So that's probably in coordinator ECS somewhere. Here it is. Drop inventory item. So here it is right here. The tile depth item. And I just need to include the right header here. Game constants. I think that's it. Just go in the front end and make sure the depths are set for everything correctly. Depth pop-up. Okay, this is wrong. What is this name depth 1 for? Oh, that's for the pop-up, so that's fine. It's a local depth within the pop-up. Special tile. This is wrong. Why is this set to 1 or 0? Oh, that's if it's null. Where do we get it from? Oh, okay. That's if the game didn't tell us what depth to put it at. We had grandfathered in here a 1, so let's grandfather in depth player. And we'll just link that to what this was, 40. Just to grandfather those in. Yeah, there's a special set of before we had real tile sets. The tile set could be a string, and that's grandfathered in old codes. This is obviously going to go away after the last use. So once I determine that there are no more entities in the game with that in it, and then I can get rid of this code. All right, where else do I have set depth? This is the nameplate. Same depth as the... Is this a good opportunity to, like, if we know that the tile is for the player themselves, put that on top of everything else? How would we know that the tile is for us? I don't know yet, but let me write this down. Make tile and nameplate for the player show on top of other players. And maybe even with a special font or size or something. We'd have to know that that sprite matches us. We would get its entity ID. If maybe the player was given the ID of their own entity as part of their profile, then they could match it up. Probably the best way to do it. Okay, I think I've made full circle on this. So, did I build it? Did. Okay, so let's restart. I changed some stuff in the orchestrator the other day, and now sometimes Control-C doesn't work, and I'm wondering if I missed something in the orchestrator. I used to poll for control for sig_int, but maybe I damaged that code. Oh, I also had a bug where it was destroying old snapshots too aggressively. I fixed that. I think we're seeing these numbers, these low numbers, because I reverted the configuration back and it's using old numbers again. Cool. So I should be able to see any new NPCs will be at the correct depth. These old, let's go slaughter all the old NPCs, shall we? Oh, I closed the window? Why did I do that? It's easiest to go into the game myself and just pick up some swords and like kill them all. Go on a murderous rampage. Actually, well, there's a good thing. I don't. The item doesn't show up on top of me like it used to. That's because when it's added, when I log in, it updated it, right? Yeah, depth 40. Nice. So, but any new NPCs spawned from now on will have a depth of, what did I set it to, 30? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, we lost 2 swords already. I'm gonna need to go pick up another one soon. Unless I give myself a sword with like thousands of durability. I should just give myself more inventory slots. Oh, wait a minute. How did he get in there? How did he get in there? I closed that off. That was a special trigger that I hadn't fixed yet. I guess he spawned in there. Okay, fine. We'll open it up. I have a step trigger there that says "Welcome to the zoo" the first time you step on it. Actually, it should keep saying it. Why is it not saying it now? Oh, it is. It's just scrolling so fast. All right. Have I killed all the original NPCs off? I think I have. So now I can inspect to see all the latest NPCs should have depth 30. Oh. No, this one's an old one. Go kill that old guy. Depth 30. Depth 30. It's not sorting them in the right order. Do I care about that? I don't know. There's Shake Soda. Found 2 compiler regressions today. What an adventure. Compiler regressions. Strings fail to compile on GCC. Nonsense with the $ in variable names versus linking. Is that because the linker placed special significance on $? X. Oh, that's a compiler for... Was that... Okay, I can't quite remember what it is. That's a special build of the compiler, though, right? Cannot compile on Linux. That sounds That sounds important. Yeah, Hex is they have a... They don't have like a README. Let's just go to their website. Go to their website. Okay, I thought it was more specialized. Actually, didn't even know about this. Huh. Interesting. I didn't even know about this toolkit. It's just a programming language for it? Huh. Okay. Interesting. It's all written in Hex language? Cool. First time I've heard of it. Alright, all the entities have the correct depth now. So I'm not grandfathering in NPCs because I figured they're pretty ephemeral and I'm not going to worry about it. All the swords should be spawned with the correct depth as well. Depth 20. There we go. All the new swords have depth 20. Cool. So I'm done with the original bug list plan. I have some new bugs I might want to get to, or I can just work on some of these new tools. Let me check in what I have. So this check-in is, it's all related. Oh, no, this one's special, so let's check in this, and I'll check in that in a second. These are just establishing the constants, right? Yeah. This is actually upgrading players to the correct depth. Establish formal game constants for tile depths. And this is upgrade players to correct tile depth on login. Cool. Should it be a bug to have an NPC spawn on a trigger? Well, just keep in mind that NPC stuff is all prototype right now. Do I care that right now in the prototype they can spawn on top of a trigger? I think I'm okay with it. So at some point I gotta sit down and think, for the real game, what are the systems for certain classes of NPC? And then formally define that. It'll probably have restrictions like they have to spawn on clear ground where there's nothing else. I'll probably even designate special path restrictions, like don't spawn them inside of buildings, or they have to be in certain areas. So that would include, like, it has to be clear of any kind of special junk. Hex is really nice to give you some special superpowers, like compiling the same codebase to Lewis C in their own just-in-time target. Cool. I'll have to look into that. I'll add it to my list of like the 101 things that I haven't had time to look into, but sound cool. I kind of get overwhelmed with stuff that I don't know that people tell me about. That I'm like, I'd really like to look into that, but I have so much. I have only so much time. You had a drawing tool in Hex to JS too. Oh, cool, cool. I don't care about this one so much. Lower priority. I'll look briefly into this. Why aren't specials shown when they appear? Actually, this one I think I know, but this one I think I might know why also. Let me review the code in the rendering system that determines whether to put a special marker there or not. That's in rendering. If we're making an encoded sprite for a tile, then we're including it. Or if it's an invisible special. Add encoded sprites visible at position is where this is mostly done. In fact, that's it. So when is this add encoded sprites visible at position used? It's done here for initial sprites feedback. And again, if it shifts into view. Okay, that's the only, so that's why we only see it if the camera pops into existence or we shift it into view. So if it's already in view, that's a different pathway, right? It's like update or something? Yeah. Update tile for cameras, I think it's what it is. Yeah, so this and then the associated announce sprite update to cameras doesn't talk about specials at all. Moved, removed, new. But it's all the same, right? It's well, no, it's not. These all make different kinds of messages. Oh, this had a okay, hard-coded empty special. Okay. I wonder if I can make use of this tile change field. That's supposed to trigger some extra work. Let me look it up. Key names. Tile changed. Those are the tests. Here we go. Is it only the rendering system that cares about this? Aha. Where is this called? Update tile for cameras. So if it's marked dirty. If it's marked dirty, and the change field is true, we do an update sprite and we tell it about the nameplate if there's any, which tile and what, and does it say tile set? Yeah. Include the tile set as well. I'm wondering if I need to refactor this code first before I fix this bug, because there's like 3 or 4 places where this update sprite is done, right? Well, no, not exactly. It's just that if a new one is added, that's add sprite, right? So just 2 places then? Add sprite and update sprite? And add sprite, I could include the special here if I knew what it was. Update sprite also could. Okay, how do I compute the special? Maybe I start there. This is how it's computed. If the camera is an admin camera and there's a trigger component, then we set the special to trigger. Okay. So I could abstract this out then, right? Make that the first step. Let's clear out all the old bookmarks I have open. Okay, set a bookmark there, and let's make a helper. This is all in the rendering system, right? Okay, good. So let's make a helper called compute specials. Okay, I don't really need to do that. I can just return, right? And if we get down to here, there's no special. Last class of the school year, soon, an open schedule through the semester. Sweet. Bool. Admin camera. We need the components. And we need the entity. All right. So we're going to use it down here. So const auto special equals compute special components entity admin camera. And then we'll do the same thing for the other place. I use this make encoded sprite right here. Problem, it doesn't have access to components or admin camera. This one almost does. Hey there, Liquidor. Hopefully you don't get the paperwork runaround for teaching again in September. Oh, so you're a teacher, not a student? It's like being in school, only on the other side, right? Literally. Oh, I need to stretch. I'm eternally a student in my mind. I'm always learning something. But maybe not a formal student. How's it going? Working on bugs and the tool set I use for editing the world. So how do I best show that? Here, I guess. Right now I'm working on this bug where when I add or remove a trigger, it doesn't show up until I leave and come back. There is a, well, there's a player there, right? That's an NPC of some kind. Yeah, that's an NPC. So he's helping you see that it's not really an infinite hallway, right? Yeah, the update sprite thing. So update sprite is one of the problems, that if I update the sprite to make it have a special, it doesn't show up. But the other one is the new sprite, and that's what I'm doing right now. If a new sprite is added and it has a special, it wasn't computed before, now I'm going to compute it. Yeah, it needs to have components. And this admin camera, how do I compute admin camera? Is it just passed in everywhere? It can't be just passed in everywhere, can it? Where am I? Hold on. Compute special, right? Admin camera, where are we getting that from? This, where does that get it from? Here, which gets it from here. Tracing it all the way up. Camera is admin. How do we know that? Okay, we actually look at the camera's component and it has a admin flag in it. Okay. So I guess we're just passing this all the way down where it needs to go? No. We should just get it where we need it. So announce new. Aha, here we go. So it's camera second. Or is it? What is this camera again? Cameras. Oh, it's already in there. Is admin. Okay, cool. Is that where I was storing it? Down here? Oh, then why am I fetching it from here again? I don't know. Why am I doing that? Oh, because it could have changed. Yes, so it gets stored back in. Okay, that's why. All right. So I don't really need to have a variable. I can just use this down here. And then this needs the components. Components. Do I not have access to the components? Shoot. When I refactor this code and figure out all this stuff, I won't have so many damn arguments. I'll probably just put it into a class of some kind. This has got to filter through, right? All right. Yeah. Let's put it here. So bool admin camera. Okay, we're good now? Compute special is now added for when we add a new sprite. So the last one was update sprite, right? Update sprite. And we're going to use this as a clue, I think. Yeah, all right. Okay. Only if it's not empty. Okay. So, like right here. So const auto special is compute special components. The entity is what's the entity number? Entity. Admin camera. And then that. Oh, 2 cameras, so it depends. So I can't include it. I can't do that. I have to. Oh yeah, we're not modifying the component anyway. That's the wrong place. Does that mean I have to have a specialized message for every camera? I think that's how it is, yeah. Right. It's either a move, a remove, or a new. The new is going to be taken care of for us. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought I could just compute it once. And everything's the same except for this flag, so yeah. Maybe we'll just have 2 versions of it then. Or, yeah, I know what I'll do. Well, no. Can I do it this way? JSON value message chosen tile changed message. Hey there, Kinkomatics. That's a lot of waves. Hold on, I gotta go let the dog in. I'll be right back. Nope, it wasn't the dog who wanted to be let in. It's just some other random noise. What do I want to do here? I don't want to have to, like, copy around a JSON object just in case we might need it. I guess it's not too expensive to make a new one here. Modified tile changed message, right? And we'll initialize this to the address of tile changed message. We'll say if, that's address of, if, and that can be a const too. If camera second is admin, right? Then we're computing this special, this is true. Actually, I guess we're always computing it, right? I should compute it once for when we're not an admin. Like this. False. I think I might have goofed up the punctuation somewhere, because IntelliSense is now very confused. I'm just going to do 2. I'm just going to compute this twice. The 2 about, how's it going? Yeah, we'll do it twice. We'll call this one tile changed message admin. Tile changed message. Well, no, it could be complete. I need this to be different for every camera. Okay, then what we'll do is well, I'll just always compute the camera specific tile change message. So that's started off to be Tile changed message. And then this is given here. If it is empty, then we're going to remove the key if it's in there. Actually, it wouldn't have been there in the first place, would it? Because we didn't set it. Okay, so we don't need to do anything then. So just that. And then I don't need that. And then I just use this now instead of that. Because every camera might see the tile differently. In fact, it might affect if you can and can't see it. So I might even move it out. Like, it might be invisible to some players. Can you check where I am? You're surrounded by black. How did you escape the world? Where did you go? Did you glitch? Did you find a movement glitch and you got outside the world? I have no idea where you are. How would I find out? I'd have to go into the back end. I could do that real quick. Just force a snapshot to the game. And I'll take a look. I mean, I could yeah. So I wanted to add that today, like be able to pick a entity ID and see where we are. Wow, so you found a glitch. It'd be cool if we figured out how you did it, though. 1984 is your entity ID. Where are you in the game? You're at... (190 by 9). There's where you are. How did you get way out here? Is there a hole in the world here? Oops, I went too far down. I don't see any hole. I don't see any way. Did I give you access to cross the water, maybe? It should be surrounded by water. You got way the heck over here, though. Right, let's rescue you. I'll take the opportunity of removing these obsolete keys while I'm at it. Zip. There you are. You were down in this zone down here? Oh, you were here and you somehow got... Oh, did you get yoinked back to the top level zone then? Because then you would have ended up here. Okay. So you were in here, your connection got disrupted, and so you logged out, logged in several times, and then it somehow reset your default zone out to here. Interesting. I'm wondering if I can look at the journal to find that. So, when did that happen? Within the last 10 minutes? Let me look at the last journal. 1984. This isn't private. Actually, if I scroll down far enough, it might show tokens, so let me not do that. Actually, it shouldn't, because it should only be showing the game object changes. No, there was a login with a token. Yeah, so good thing I'm not showing it on screen. I'm looking for where your character suddenly jumps. Okay, I think I narrowed it down, so let me try to find where the problem was. Yeah, he started moving very rapidly to the right at some point. How did you do that, though? Okay, I see how you're bumping into the teleporter. The teleporter is at 20 by 9, and it jumps you back to 16 by 9, so I see that in there. And your player, are you player number 5? Yes. Okay, so I think I'm narrowing down the problem. Hey there, Kinkomatics. Is Kinkomatics trying to repeat the flaw? Yeah, so something having to do with what Kinkomatics is just trying to do right now. I'm looking at the log. I can't show it on screen because it shows the password hash. I don't want someone to hack your account. The last move before the login is it jumped you back to 16, then you moved to 17, then it logged in. Then it moved you to 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Hold on. So it's like it forgot that you were in this zone completely somehow. How would it have done that? Client I What client ID were you logged in at the time? God, it's hard to see this. 17. Server 1, client 17, and then you got logged out of it. Oh, but then you kept moving while you were logged out. Well, how did you end up in the default zone, though? You should have popped back into the game, like, way out on the right here. Everything is buggy? Hey, player 2339, who are you? Draklin. Welcome, Draklin. So, Red King Commanix, did you replicate the bug then? Where are you? You're on stream. I think King Commanix just repeated the bug. So how do I fix this? What's exactly happening? Oh, I see what's going on. There was a command in the queue to move you, and it started moving you when you weren't logged in. So you're in zone 0. So it moved you around in zone 0 for a while, and then you logged in. But how did you get back to the default zone? That's what's confusing me. Yeah. How authoritative is the server? It's 100% authoritative. So you can't tell the server I want to be moved. It won't. It obeys the rules. It's just that there's some kind of race condition where, like, what should have happened. I can see how if you queued the move to the right, and then you logged out, you're transported to zone 0, and you start moving through zone 0, and then when you log back in again, you should pop back into the same zone here, way out here somewhere. For some reason, though, you end up in the default zone instead. Can I jump around here to see if Kankamatics is out here? I don't know what zone Kankamatics is in now. So try moving back to the left, Kankamatics. Also, I can just see where you are. But then I would have to stop looking at the log where I'm trying to find out where Nui went. Yeah, how is that happening? That's what I want to try to figure out. Could it be in the log out that I was just looking at before? Let me find that. Executor, right? On player logged out. Might be in this stuff. It should have stored your previous zone. So I should see it in whatever key this is. PZ. I should see a PZ in this file. There is no PZ. Wait a minute. Is this broken then? If you're in a zone, it should copy that to your previous zone. And then set the current zone to 0 and then set that. Oh, wait a minute. I wouldn't see it in the journal though. This does it directly. So maybe it's in the on player login. This is supposed to do the opposite. If you had a previous zone, move you back there. Yeah, but what happens if you're moved while you're offline? I think the move key is getting stuck. It shouldn't though. It should have, again, should have cleared it. I had to think about this. Didn't work the default log. I think it works by moving teleporter. Yeah, you somehow move one extra square. You move enough. You move outside of the world, and then you get popped back in. But yeah, I can see how it can happen. But how are you moving way out here? How did you get there? Must contain, eradicate. Hmm. Oh, Draklin got out there too. Okay, yeah, you're somehow able to escape back out here when you shouldn't be able to. Is there something wrong with that teleporter? Zone 5696. Ah. Yeah, what if you teleport when you're in the... The steps should consider what zone you're in, though. Okay. You don't think the teleporter is a factor? It's just when you... Okay, can you get back to the default zone if you're sitting here just by doing that log out trick? Sound pinging isn't disabled. I saw your ping. I saw that you said it's automated movement, and you did it with the drag the movement button. It doesn't. I don't see how that would. I don't see what that would do. Just dragging this, dragging the movement button. I mean that just has a click handler. What Dracklin said, just log in twice at the same time, open two tabs, and it'll do it. Oh, because it's bouncing back and forth. Okay, let me see if I can recreate this problem. It's more fundamentally a login logout problem than you're saying. How do I do this with maybe an incognito and a Firefox window? Get my password set here. All right, here I am. Let's go to this other. Oh, there's a new player. Let me unmask you. Kenko Pete, is this your test account? Okay, so I'm here now with this. No, not this one. With this window. I thought I fixed the multiple tabs thing, but maybe I didn't. Or maybe you guys are using a different method of multi-tabbing it that I'm not aware of. See, I thought I had it set up so that it should actually do a force log out on the other tab. Like that. It should just do that. Oh, wait a minute. How did I get back here? Ah. Aha. Aha. I see that. Okay, you can all have fun exploiting that right for now until I fix it. All right. So, is the bug just all you need to do is switch to another tab and log in? Let's see. Oh, yep. That's what it does. That's what it is. How did I end up way down here? Okay. So I don't need this tab anymore, probably, since I know how to... I know what the sequence is to recreate it. Oh, that's just how the coordinate system maps. Okay, cool. I think... So let's try to find out why this happens. Yeah, the position is because the coordinate systems are different, right? When you go in, you go in here, but you actually end up down here, and so that if you go back, you end up here. Force out code that bugs. You think it's losing the connection at any way in another zone, yeah. I mean, yeah, I can teleport you manually here, so I just need to see that you're logged in. ECS TP 788400-1. There you go, there's Dracklin. Who else is stuck? Kankematics and... It's just Kankematics? There was someone else there. 3212. And I don't need these tiles anymore. Oh, Nui also. 1984. I should know that by now. There you are. If you want to stay out of the world, that's fine. I'll soon be able to see that here. I'll probably have something here where I can see the coordinates of where everyone is in the game, or just teleport to them. Actually, that's probably what I'll do. I'll have a teleport to if I like right click or something. Yeah, I'm thinking it drops the zone number. Um, so what do I need to look for that? I can actually just look at the game window, right? And do this locally. Think so. So let me try to arrange this. Not in this window. Wait a minute, do I have 3 windows open? I do. How did I get that? I have 2 incognito windows. Okay, I don't need this one anymore. Alright, so here's the test world. Let me go into this special zone here. And we're thinking just disrupting this connection, so if I just close it, and then when I pop back into existence, I will be back in the default zone. No, it didn't work. But it was, switching tabs definitely does it, right? So what I'll do is I'll switch tabs and then I'll shut the game down really quick and we'll look at the journal. There we go. Shut game down. Player when disconnected logged in elsewhere. So it switched from server 10 to 12. Okay. Yeah, I got it, Liquidor. So you have to be logged in and then log in on a different tab. Okay. Done with that window. So let's look at the journal. Game journal. By the way, who discovered this? That was Nui and Kankamatics and also Develop It helped, right? Or Draklin. Handing out points for helping narrow this stuff down. And Liquidor. Yeah, because this is an important one. This is an important find, right? I'll even give Mars Raptor a point for chiming in on being in the Shadow Realm. Okay, good. Where are you, journal? Stage, realm name, instance number, journal. Okay. So there's the login. Here's where it was moving around. See, these are all deltas, so it shouldn't change the zone. Those are NPCs actually moving around. What's my entity ID? I don't know what my entity ID is, but I can see what it was if I can't because I'm not on the screen anymore. Oh, here we go. Z null. 2717. This one? Yeah. That might be it. But 2717 is an NPC, so that's something else. That's that's one of these NPCs coming in and out of the portal there. Hold on, I got a peek off screen at the snapshot. Hold on a second. Find out what my entity number is. My entity number is 523. 523. Seriously? Okay, so this is the journal beforehand. There's my last move. I guess I was sitting there when I was logging into the other one. That makes sense. So at what point did I port over to the other zone? Here I am. Zone 1726. That's where I got teleported. Right? I moved from negative 15 by negative 2 to negative 1 by 1 in zone 1726. And then I moved around a bit, and then I stopped moving, and then there's no further mention of my entity number, so it must all be done by the executor. Okay, what's this login for then? Oh, it's player ID 1. So there's a login followed by a log out. Very short amount of time later. So it's all in the executor then. It's something having to do with the login, log out. So on log in. On player logged in, right? There's some bug here, I think. And it was when the log in is followed by a log out. Oh, is that what it is? So it has to process that log out, right? How does it process that? It does. Wait a minute. That's not good. Yeah, that's from the coordinator. That shows up here, right? Yeah, it hangs you up, which disconnects you, which triggers the log out. It's like the game detects, okay, you logged in there? Okay, well, then the other server says, hey, wait a minute. If you're logged in there, you shouldn't be logged in here, so it hangs you up. That does that log out. But the entity moving between zones is, there's only two places it can happen, right? It could be the executor is told to do it explicitly, or the executor is doing it implicitly. And I'm thinking it's the implicit here on player logged out. The problem is there's also this, it's also going to be clearing where you're logged in, which is an issue. Like I should see that, yeah, this is a problem. Oh, wait a minute, it should have also done that. What did it say? Yeah, okay, it did do, well, it said that. Yeah, okay, so it exited at this point. Not logged into this server, right? So it will not have executed that. It's really hard to use the debugger while playing because there's a lot of time sensitivity. So I try to look at side effects to figure out what's going on. I mean, it's here somewhere. I'll get to it in just a matter of time. Right, we disconnect them because they're logged in elsewhere. They got disconnected. The executor said, the login is ignored because they're not logged into this server. It does this check here, right? That's to prevent from logging you out of the other tab too, or changing your entity. So it's something that happened before this point. I'm gonna guess it's the login. On login, right? Let's say this will happen when you're already logged in, you know? It's gonna blindly do this and then do this, right? Oh, I know what it is. So you're already logged in, right? And then it goes through and it looks up your position and it says, well, do we have a key for previous zone? No. So just remove what zone you're in. You know what that does? Puts you back into the default zone. So what it should do, it's if the current zone is 0. It should only do all this stuff if you're in zone 0. Right? Let me write a unit test because this is a bad bug. Let me write a unit test to reproduce this problem. Well, so you guys will be able to exploit this right now. You'll be able to zone back into the default zone just by logging in on a second tab. Until I export a fix. So enjoy the darkness beyond until I fix this. You could also exploit it to move into mountains too. If you find the relative coordinates between here and here, let's see. If you just stand in one of these places and then log in on another tab, you'll flip back to this map. So could you stand on that mountain, for example? No. I mean, you could get onto the mountain, but you wouldn't be able to move except for to move off of it. No? There's actually not much you can do other than you could go into the water. So if you were to stand on this tile, for example, and you go back to the default zone, you'll be here on the water. You'll be able to step back off if you want. So you could tell people, hey, I can walk on water now. Fake ocean, yeah. No, the world is flat. That's the edge of the world. It's the void beyond. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. We just found a bug in my game where you can get outside the world. Move down, okay. Oh, yeah, see, the Nui's demonstrating it. You're trapped! Should I give you a land bridge back for now? Special land bridge. How about a swampy little bridge? Here, I'll make you work for it. It's like you can almost get back there. There we go. Of course, you'll be able to see beyond the edge. I kind of don't want that. So this will be a temporary land bridge until you get back. Leading you back onto land. All right. Reproduce the bug. Test. Executor test. So, probably already have a test related to this, right? Probably in the logout. Don't see it though. Clear login token. Destroys temporary entities. What does this test actually do? This does a commands logout, so... Character in default zone, move to logged out zone on logout. Character move off on logout, yes. Wait a second. Do we not have one where you're moved back? Move to default zone and login when in default zone previously. Move to non-default zone and login. Yes, so let's take this and modify it so that we don't actually log out. We'll start logged in to a different server. So, character not moved. Not moved out of non-default zone on login when already logged in. So the already logged in part is we just need to assign the players.server ID to something else other than what this is. So 1337 sounds good to me. Client ID 42 maybe? And then we get another login. They were in the 42 zone, not previous, right? We should expect what? To stay in zone 42, right? And I think this test is going to fail. Fix my window. Oh yeah. Thanks, Dracklin. It is kind of laggy, yeah. Well, either we'll have to do client-side prediction, or I'll have to do like certain low latency things. Will have to be UDP or something like that. Or I need to learn a technique, another kind of technique. Something's tapping on the glass outside. I'm not sure what it is. Let me go look again. I'll be right back. I got a ghost or something knocking on the glass. I go over there and I don't see anything. I know, Monka S. Alright, this should fail, right? Yay. D42? Wait a second, what happened here? This is totally messed up. The D isn't even a valid key. Oh, depth. Right, so it got moved out of that zone and depth was added, so that's a side effect I should actually put in here. We don't want to see that by mistake. Let's put it in here explicitly. Depth of, we expect it to stay the same, right? No, it has to match the key that I added. Game constants. Depth PC, right? I wonder if a bunch of my other tests will break for the same reason. I'll have to update my tests. So, game constants. Alright, so let's fix the test. It's moving us out of zone 42 when it shouldn't. Oh, I needed to include the expectation to be the same down here, right? Yes, I've become haunted because I went into the shadow zone. Right, so it took us out of the zone, put us into the default zone, so let's fix it. So we should only do this if we're in zone 0, so let's do this. If position has a zone in it, and the zone is 0, then we're being pulled into a into the world, like that. And include that, right? That's it. Well, Nui, you're just very good at finding these things. Cool, okay. Let's test it in the test area. Try to do the same procedure as last time. Yep, there you go. You're like bug found. Finding bugs. Log in. Oh, it hasn't synchronized yet. Synchronize server. There you go. Synchronized. All right. So let's test the normal log out, log in. Should come back into that zone. Okay, now what happens? I don't want to kill these guys. What happens if I leave and then log out here? Well, first of all, it should not show up here. And it doesn't. And when I reappear, I am there. Okay, let's go to Bob's zone. I don't know where I am. There I am. And there I appeared. Log out. I'm gone. I reappear there, and then I'm going to open another window. New window. Rip Slimy, never forget, that's right. Slimy is in a special zone. I hope no one killed him. Okay, so going from that tab to this tab. Cool. So it didn't work anymore. Exploit fixed. It just flips the tab. That's what I want it to do. It just moves to whatever tab is last free to log in. What happened to the NPCs over here? Did they escape? Oh, yeah, I guess they got... Die! I guess they moved to the portal. That tell should only go to, local area, by the way. Stop standing on that. Penalty is death. I'm going to disable that for now, by the way. I'm just going to find the correct tab here, and I'm just going to put a mountain on top. Now you can't even spawn there. All right. Let's see. Is there anyone new to the game? ASD, ASD, ASD? Okay, fine. And new tickets? Just name check tickets, okay. Cool. Ooh, Liquidor Bot is back. What's Liquidor Bot up to? Just moving around. Liquidor Bot know how to arm himself? All the swords are being used up. It's passive. He's not yet smart enough to get armed. All right. Well, That bug will be in there until I deploy it. I'm gonna just keep working and deploy later. But I'll check in the fix right now. This is the fix right here, along with the test that goes with it. Again, I hear that tapping outside. The shadow creatures are trying to get in. Fix bug in escaping zone through tab switching. If you are logged in, or if you were if you are logged in and log in again from another client, do not clear the zone field from the... Gotta clear the zone field. Alright, and then I was, I guess going back to work on what I was working on this to get the triggers to show up right. I wasn't quite done there when you guys found the bug. Not just tabs, it's just sessions and generals. The same bug by logging into the same account from bot and web client. Tabs, sessions, yeah, same thing. You're right. Try to update the comment to say that. Session. I set it down here. Let me go back to the other work now. Rendering. Yes. So this one will compute the specials for me. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did finish it. Update the sprite. No, I hadn't yet done it. Or did I? No, I did. Move it doesn't do it for, but it does it for new. I think this is the last one I needed to do it for. What was your idea? I didn't see your idea. Your idea, Toulouse said you could do your passive despawn of items by making NPCs walk over swords, destroying the swords to get their revenge. Huh. Interesting idea. I like it. Well, because it's easy to do in the short term. Yeah, see, Toulouse, is not that I don't like your idea, it's just I don't see it right away. That would be maybe part of the NPC movement, right? Let's tie it into this. So that'll be in the movement, right? If the position they're moving to has an item in it, we'll just destroy it right away. Destroy swords. So find something in the new position. Find entities. So this is item. If the item... Oh, it's down here. This one. What did Nui do? Oh, filling the world with swords? Yeah, we could do that again and then watch the NPCs just walk all over them. Okay, if... That's it. That is the if. What happens if an NPC gets into the armory then? It's gonna like destroy the swords right as they spawn whenever it moves, right? Yeah, then I just want to destroy it, right? This doesn't need to return anything. It's going to destroy them all, Nui. It's going to loop through and destroy them all. You might want to put them in a safe place. How do you build the world at the moment? Through the same console front-end client that you guys have, only mine has special access. So I have special panels like tile sets. I can destroy the world. I can create world. I can put the ocean back. I can I'm working on this today. I can't place NPCs, but I can place an NPC tile, but it just replaces the tile that was there. And it's not really an NPC. I can click on an NPC and edit its properties, but it's not really easy for me to duplicate or, you know, use I want to add some more stuff in here, but right now it's pretty manual. I can add an entity in the game and then attach components to it, but it's all by hand. Yeah, so click on the guy. They're actually, whenever one of these NPCs is standing on a spot, there are two entities. There's the background tile, which just has a position in a tile, and an NPC has two extra things. It has an NPC component with the move cooldown, and it has a caps for capabilities to say how it can move. For example, if I told that orc he can move on water, he might start to move onto the water. Right now he's deciding to stay on land. But he might move to the water. Come on, move to the water. Help me out here. He doesn't want to move on the water. What if I force him to move on the water by placing water around him? Yeah, see? He can move on water. That orc, you better kill him because he can walk on water. Let me take away his capability to walk on water. Update. There, now he can't walk on water anymore. In fact, I can blow him away. Bye. He's gone. How does it decide he can move onto the water? It's the NPC movement system. So part of the NPC movement system is, can the NPC move? And he can move if there's an access check here. It does an OR of mobility with access, and if you mask the mobility by the access and it's not 0, you can move. So mobility is computed from the access. No, access is in the tile. I just showed you that. No, other way around. Mobility comes from the, where is it? I'm lost here. Mobility comes from the M key of the capabilities. So T-Jug, I'll use these as an example. The caps has an M key for mobility, so that there's a 1 there. And then the access comes from the tile itself. So water has an access of 2, dirt has an access of 1, right? So you can move on land. If I change the dirt so it's access 2 like that, now no one can move on dirt. This guy is stuck. Liquid Orbot won't be able to move onto the dirt. There's no one else here to demonstrate it, but okay, here, I'll move that one back to a 1, and I'll make now Liquidor and T-Jug are stuck because the tile has access 2. Put it back to 1 and they can move again. So it's a simple masking of the access of the tile with the capabilities of the entity. Yeah, so every single tile here is a different entity in the game. So if I were to remove that entity, it just ceases to exist, that water. And painting just adds an entity. And internally in the game server, there's a cache to sort by coordinates so that you don't have to visit the entire world just to know what to draw here. It scans top to bottom, left to right, but it's using a cached fast lookup. Not the fastest, but a reasonably fast lookup to just to grab the entities that are within range. I call it the position index. That's what this is for. All right. Anyway, this is a little bit side diversion. I want NPCs to destroy swords whenever they step on them. So destruction is where? Down here? Again, there's that sound. I wonder if it's one of my kids that making a banging noise. There we go. Make destroy entity action. So this will destroy the sword entity. So we're going to copy this little bit of code. To here. Oh. I see. I copied it from the wrong place? What did I do here? Oh, right. That's built in. So I just do components. Feedback delegate I need it to have though. Where are you, feedback delegate? Really? Making this difficult on me? Don't need all this stuff. Right. So, if we decide to move, then we're also destroying swords at that spot. Position index. Do I not have access to that? Shoot. How do I get access to it? Aha. This thing. Right there. Position index. New X, new Y. Feedback delegate. There we go. Should I test it? So now, if NPCs step on swords in my test environment, they'll destroy them. Oh, we should have it say something funny, right? Kind of like when NPCs die. We say something. Let's do it. It'll be fun. Send chat is not available. Why not? Oh, that's in components. Send chat. I thought? Is it not available here? It is, but it's not const. Okay. Not const anymore. Wait a minute. Then how did it work down? How did it work here? Oh, I see. Hmm. Did I change it for its const sometimes and other times it's not? Oh, no, it's not a okay. I need to clean this up because I can't just call what I want to call. I can't just call that from there. I'll just cheat and do it this way. Function. Const standard string. tell. I need to give it a name. Delegate. Destroy swords got a tell delegate. Tell delegate is this. Send tell. Send chat. Send chat tell. There. There we go. Oh, I needed to have it customized, right? Let me see. Swallow the sword. Excalibur has left the world. What else do we want to say? More chat spam. I'm sorry, Nui. That'll just motivate me to put some more time soon into the in-game chat, right? Let's keep it like that. Actually, I know what the name is. I will just leave it like that. This is prototype anyway, right? Built it, right? Yes. Waiting for the game to synchronize. It will add to the spam, yeah. Can't kill me now. To be or not to be? The sword be not. Can't kill me now. NPC says, can't kill me now. We won't be seeing that yet because I didn't rebuild it. How did I end up here? I don't know. I ended up in zone 0. Is that a side effect of the temporary camera stuff? What happens if I restart? Am I gonna end up in the shadow world? No? Huh, maybe just a glitch. Okay. There aren't any swords, but I can put swords into the game, right? So, log in. Let's go pick up... Actually, I just drop a sword next to this guy. There, go step on it. You can do it. Ah! He killed it! He got his revenge. Pick up some of these swords. I hope an NPC doesn't get into my armory. Just like drop them randomly around here. Oh! Killed it. So if I was extra cruel, I would have them seek out the swords and destroy them on purpose. Alright. Too much fun. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing before. That was the rendering system has got... When a sprite gets moved, it can move in the sense of the special changing, so this just needs to include that information, right? So it needs to... It's going to need that, and it's going to need components. So this... And the admin camera flag. And we're going to compute the special. The same way this does it. We say if it's not empty. So here, const auto specials, whatever this is. And it's message Wait a minute. That's not right. That's S. Okay, that should just be special, right? Let me find where this is done. Yeah, that should just be special. Did I not get that right from the beginning? It's possible. So that means the front end probably doesn't match it. Let me find out where. It looks nice. I'll trade it for some Facebook crypto. Kind of like the Gorons from Zelda Eating Rocks, I guess. That's in stage. Oh yeah. Okay. Shoot. Do I want it to just be S then? Okay, make it S. Use the same key then. I wasn't following the same restriction before. Yeah. Okay. So if this works, I need to make sure the update sprite knows about it in the front end. So update sprite goes where? Sprite updated? So this should include an S. And moved also. Well, hold on. What was it again? I did put it on move. Did I put it on the wrong place? Hold on. I might be getting myself confused. I need to put it on this place too then. So it's 3 different messages it could be. Right? This key is showing up in 3 places. Oh, and I haven't done all this crap too. If it's invisible. I think I just need to refactor this stuff first. Because this is just a mess now. Okay, well, let's make sure I at least didn't break anything. This we can just ignore that for now. Make sure I didn't break anything. Sounds like a plan. I'll have to refactor and clean up that system for building the sprites and updating and adding and removing all that stuff so this triggers. It doesn't matter for anyone but me because I'm the only one who sees those special markers. These ones. So right now I won't see them unless if they change, unless I move out of the screen and back. I could also just have a refresh camera button to force it. So it's adding them correctly if it comes on screen. So that's all I really care about now. Okay, I'm gonna check in what I had done there as work in progress. Oh, this one too. Allow NPCs to get their revenge. Okay, and this is work in progress that I've decided to shelve because the code is too messy for me to do it right. So work in progress. use like present tense. Fixing how triggers are shown to admins. But it's not done yet. Because I want to move away from the bugs stuff and onto the extra tools. This one I can do pretty easily. This one is harder. I think I'll leave that for another day. This one I can do easily. Make trigger carriers immune to the trigger. So that is one of the game systems again. Back to game systems we go. Trigger system. Here we go. The trigger system says if something steps on the trigger and is a transport type trigger, I just add another clause here. If they're not a player and they're not an NPC, or actually I just make it another one. If they are the trigger, so if entity at trigger is the trigger, I can do this first actually. The trigger is the trigger entity, so it doesn't trigger itself. Then I can have fun with special NPCs that teleport you into special zones. Right? Okay, why didn't it like that? What type is that? Oh. Let's turn this around and say that that is what I wanted to name this one. Entities at trigger entry. Entity. And then I can fix these two. 3. There we go. Fixed. Auto. Okay, cool. Let's make an NPC that if you... And again, this problem. Make an NPC where he is a teleporter. Playing with Skizzers is playing Botland. Nice. Twitch TV playing with Skizzers. Oh, he's live. Look at that. Oh, I have to watch an ad. I don't want you to have to watch an ad. Hey there, Tim. Check out Tim's stream if you haven't seen it yet. He's in the process of coming up with a new series of games to be written in 3-4 months time frames, and it's multiple planning stages. It's very, very well organized. So you should check out his stream to see that sometime. What's going on here today? I am working on tool improvements and some bugs. So, for example, the thing I'm about to test is I want to make an NPC a moving teleporter, and I want to make sure that it doesn't teleport itself in the process. That's okay, Tim. It's every streamer's different. Some streamers like to shout out a lot, like User335 does it all the time, and other streamers don't. I don't think people mind one way or the other. Look at it, Playing with Skizzers is actually playing it. I have a special command for this. So this is one of the mods on my channel, Playing with Skizzers, and he happens to be playing Adam's game right now. Which is awesome because we don't see enough people playing Adam's game, and so it's cool that he is. I'll have to watch that VOD later. I got some work to do, but if you wanted to check it out now, I don't mind if you go watch Botland. Adam's put in a lot of time in that game, and it deserves to be seen, I think. Alright, I'm going to make one of these guys a living, breathing teleporter. So I'm going to do that by just stealing the trigger component and then attaching it. Let's make the red slime a teleporter. I'll just add a trigger component to him that has the same components as before. The test is he doesn't teleport himself, but if I step on him, I should be teleported now. There we go. It works. So he is a living, breathing teleporter. Step on him and you get moved back. That could lead to some fun game mechanics, I think. If you have mobile teleporters and you don't know which one it is. Cool, I like that. I'm gonna check that in. This is a fix for triggers. So, trigger. Triggers shouldn't trigger themselves. Check that in. Okay, so I think I'm done with bug fixes for today. Now I'm going to work on enhancing my tool set. So the first thing, shift left click with the entities panel should move the selected entity. So to demonstrate that, here's the admin tool in the real game. Let's say I picked Liquidor bot, right? He's a sneaky little guy, so it's hard to click on him. But here he is. He's entity 4886. The idea is if I shift left click from here, I should be able to teleport Liquidor bot around the map. I think that would be a fun thing, a worthy thing for me to try to do. Because he is a tricky little bot. But first in the test environment. Like if I clicked on this tiger and then shift click, I want to be teleporting the tiger around. So this is all front end work in React. Because the back end work, it's already done. I just need to modify the position component of the selected entity. Where am I looking? Stage. So there's an interact table here, and I don't think I have one for entity. Oh no, I do. Interact entities. Right, so it always just sets the current position. So what I want to do is check to see if the shift key is pressed. Have I done this yet before? It's in pointer, right? So let's do a console log pointer. I want to see it. So I should be able to click and then shift click and then look at these things. I think it's like something like shift held down or something. No? Is it an event maybe? Shift key false? So that's not it. Oh, unless it's reused. Okay, I'm going to assume that this mouse event is just reused, and so we can't see it in the debugger. So to test that theory, I'm going to be shift pointer event shift key. That's the name of it, right? Yeah. Let's log that. All right. Shift false, shift true. Cool. That's what I want. So let's just get a const is shift that. We're in business, right? So get the selected position, get what zone we're in, if it's different. Okay, so this is as much as I need, right? So if is shift, do something else, right? What am I going to do? I think I have to have a selected component. Trying to remember where I put that in my reducer. I guess I'll go look for it. I think I put it under admin. Selected position. And what is that? X, Y, and Z. Okay. That'll work. Wait a minute, I was just looking at that. Whoa. It's not selected position. It's selected entity, right? Selected entity. All right, so it's all of the information about the entity. So what does that look like? State, admin. Let's drag this out so everyone can see it. selected entity. Oh, it's just a number. So what are the components listed? Oh, I think that was in entities, right? Yeah. So here is the selected entities components. I just need to do a find, right? I probably did this in the React side anyway. So let me steal from that. Entities panel, right? Selected. There we go. Selected entity info. And if we find it, we have components, right? What else do we got? The type. And then if we were going to change it, what the string of the new... Yeah, okay. Fine, we don't need that. All right, so get the selected entity, get its components. So at this point, let's delve further down. Selected entity position. So it has to be that we have components. If so, it's going to be the position element of that. Otherwise, it's null, right? And then if we can't get this far... Hey there, Rally Monkey. Things are going okay. We actually had a fun bug that I fixed in tests, but it's not in production. You can escape the world now. Oh, he shows up with a trigger now. Isn't that fun? You can escape the world if you go to like this zone and then you log in through a different tab and it logs you out of the first tab into the second tab. You'll end up, boom, here. And you can do that to exploit things like if you were to go out to this corridor and then do the login from another tab trick, you'll end up outside the world. I already paid him. In fact, he owes me, I paid him too much. He owes me $5,000 back. Refund, man. Yeah, this one you can escape now through, the zone gets reset because of a bug, and you'll just be locked out of the world for a while, like Nui is. So I know, I've done this enough times now. I know Nui is 1984, right? Let's teleport Nui up to here. Yep, saved. So that was the big bug I didn't expect to fix today, and I'm working mostly on bugs I did know about, and then I'm trying to add some quality of life for me tools in the administration area. So this one I'm working on right now is I want to be able to move things around with just a click. You're 1984, Louis. I don't know why that's such an easy number to remember. I should also memorize Liquidor bot because I like to mess with Liquidor's bot. 4886. Okay. 4886. All right, so if you have left shift down and you get if it has a position, so let's just just do the inside of an if. No, I'd rather do a not. Return. If you have shift left clicked and you had an entity with the position selected, then we're going to dispatch an action to the game to set the position differently. So that would be dispatch actions, send to game, and what's the closest I had for this? Position of the admin camera, so like move camera. Would that be admin here? Camera. Move camera, here we go. Do I really need to set that? I don't know if I need to. I think I just need to do this. All right, so the entity is selected. Oh. This needs to be from get state. Oh, it is from get state. No, that's the position. The entity, we need to get that. Get state admin selected entity. Excuse me. Do I still use telephone numbers these days? I don't know. We're letting our phone remember it for us. How many people actually memorize phone numbers anymore? Toulouse says, if you teleport Liquidor bot around, does that mean it'll mess up the map? I think Toulouse, Liquidor said that it's more resilient to that now because the bot can actually move into a portal and then it has to... Well, maybe unless he programmed his bot to avoid portals, and then this will just be more work for him. It might mess up his map. As long as he handles the correct... He'll either get a shift if it moves close, or it'll get a reset of the tiles if it moves far enough away. It'll be good to challenge him, right? One way or the other. So, okay, the entity is selected entity. Yes. And the delta is the position we clicked on. So that's selected position X and Y, right? Easy peasy. Let's test it out. Failed to compile. Entities is not defined in 195. Oh, yeah. We need to get those. Entities. Get state. Admin entities. So those also need to be defined. If not entities, return. Alright, here we go. That's my normal game account. Let me use this admin tool. Where's our teleporting slime? Where did he make it? Where did he go? There he is. Special teleport slime mobile teleporter. So if I click him and shift click, it didn't work. Worth a shot. Why wouldn't it work? I should probably look at the console to see what's going on. Let's anchor that now. Right. Let's put some logging in here. Actually, let's just debugger it. Debugger it. Select him. Shift click. All right. Selected entities 2715. He should be in the list, so it should find him. It should have components. Those are the components. There's the positions undefined. Oh, it's type. Okay, I need to find the one that has the right type. So it is selected entity components find component, or component type equals position. Like that. Leave the debugger in so we can test it. Reload. Oh, he's off on the corner there. Get him. Alright, found his position. So this actually worked now. Go. Did that teleport the wrong component? The wrong entity? Go. Did that teleport him and then teleport him back? Is that what happened? It's happening too quickly for me to see. No, it's just not working at all. Let's see why. 2715 should go to 7. Oh, is that right? No, that's not where I clicked. Oh, is that relative position? So I need to take the camera's position into account. Interesting. Yeah, if I pick... Wait a minute. That's -4, -3. Why is it saying 7, 7 now? Oh, that's my position. No, that's the selected position. Oh, that's the selected position, not the clicked position. Okay, I messed it up. Selected position goes into here. I need the camera... No, world... The input world X and world Y. That's what I need, not the selected position. World X, world Y. I'm confident now this will work, so let's just try it out. Okay, Tim, have a great rest of your day. And if you're streaming, then have a great stream. Because you have 2 streams, right? You have a morning and an afternoon one. Which is kind of cool. That means I can catch your stream in the afternoon a lot of the time. In the morning one I can't catch since it's pretty early for me. Except for that one time I was up so late at night that you started and I'm like, oh man, it's morning for Tim and I haven't gone to bed yet. This is bad. Do you code for a living? I try to code for a living. Right now, this whole effort is a startup effort, so I'm not making any money. The kind of programming I used to do was prototyping apps. So you can read more about that here. But yeah, now I decided, now that I'm between jobs, is to try to make my own job, which is to try to build a game and get it to where it's something people would want to play and maybe even be willing to pay for some things in it. I'll probably keep it free to play for new players, and then if you really like it, then maybe you unlock new areas by paying for it, and that becomes my living. But we'll see. Not today, because the girlfriend was out on work. Okay. Oh, you did because of the... Alright, got it. All jobs seem to be web dev jobs. That's not necessarily true. The job I had was working with a multimedia technology group where they needed prototype applications that use their new encoders and decoders, and I did that for a really, really long time, and that had nothing to do with web dev. In fact, there were hardly any web devs in the place I was at before. Okay, I should be able to move this guy. Oh, look at that. I can move him around. I can move him into the water. Cool, I like that. And then clicking just selects something else. And if I shift click, it broke because this was null. Oh, yeah. I should check for that, shouldn't I? If not that, return. Mernon. I think he did say Mernon, but it was like a long time ago. Mernon. I don't have a shortcut for that. I'll just wave at you. Okay, I want to make sure that I didn't break anything. I can select, I can unselect. What happens if I move the ground? This will be interesting. I can move the ground around. So that's the same ground tile, and what if I move it on top of the water? Ooh. I think now I have 2 ground tiles there on top of each other. Yep. Alright, that's interesting. And what happens if I shift drag? Oh, that even works. I'm dragging the ground over the water and the mountains. Drag it back into place. Cool. Okay, that one's done. I'm gonna check that in. I like it. I can move entities around. Add control to move selected entity around in the world. What if I want to move it between zones, though? It doesn't change the zone key, but maybe it should. Yeah, let's do that. How do I know if it's the default zone or not? I guess it's null. So what does this do? Set selected position. That should have been dispatched. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Where is it? Be an admin. Oh, right. If it's null, it ends up removing it. That's exactly what I want. So, okay. So I do just want Z world Z in there. Let me test that really quick before I check it in. World Z is not defined. Really? Why not? What was it for? Oh, it's computed from the camera position Z. Got it. Let's do that up there. Does that mean I can remove it from here? Because I use it in both places? That makes sense. Okay, let's move our Intrepid Explorer Red Slime, which is also a teleporter. Oh, he moved. He stepped within the other teleporter. And he keeps jumping around. Okay, now I have him selected. Let me move him to the Bob zone. There's the Bob zone. Hey, look, it worked. And then I can move him back here by, while he's still selected, shift-clicking him. Nice. Cool, does that mean I can move mountains? Let's see. Move that mountain to there. There. Oh, I can move mountains. Always nice when you can move mountains. Let's move it back here. I can move mountains. Let's include that. That's a useful tool. I can move anything without having to redraw or copy it. Next. Alt left click copies. Okay. So that's probably another thing I can check here, right? Is alt. I remember seeing that, but let me verify. If is alt else. So let's just do a console.log. Alt. Dock that to the right, and now let me alt click here. Alt. Okay, cool. So alt click. So clone, right? So it would be create a new entity with the same component. So we're going to actually do all of this stuff. I wonder if I can make that into a helper. Yeah, let's put this into a helper. All of this. Where to put it, right? Well, where's a nice place to put it? It can just go where right above it, right? Why not? Const get entity components equals entity yield this get we need get state. Get the entities. If not, we're returning. Let's return something reasonable. So we'll just return this. Easy terraforming, yeah. So I can select one ground component and just clone it everywhere. Liquidator says, when writing map logic for teleportation cases so the map can get merged, etc. Kind of a long spec. Kind of long spec. Alright, so this is a shortcut for this, right? So const selected entity components is that with entity, selected entity. Get state. So that is that, right? Selected entity is not defined, 188. That should just be entity. Hey there, pizza. How are you doing? So anyone who hasn't been here before, I'm working on a game, you can log into it here. And if you've never been here before or it's been a while, there's a recap video you can watch. The game looks like this, like this. Come on, load. There we go, like this. And it's inspired by the Ultima series and similar genre of games. Multiplayer though, and we have some test NPCs, we have some test items, we have teleporters. I'm working today on enhancing the tools I use to build the world. And I had fixed some bugs too. Is anyone actually playing it? Liquidorbot is. Liquidorbot was hanging out around here somewhere. Has Liquidorbot moved into the other zone? Yep, there's Liquidorbot. Exploring the infinite hallway there. You're in the loop, yeah. Redux can wrap your head around the state and the reducers. I like it because it gives me nice separation. If I'm in middleware, I know I'm doing side effects. If I'm in the reducer, I know I'm just transitioning the state from the last state to the next state. And if I'm in my React stuff, I know I'm just doing presentation. So the key for me to understanding Redux, if I let's see a simpler example for a reducer. Something like this, right? The key to understanding Redux is reducers, I think. That they're just functions that take the previous state and return the next state. And if you use this kind of scheme, I think it's easier to understand that any one action will take the existing state and just change part of it. And then you have your initial state, like, sort of as like a map to what are all the things in the state. So in this example, there are 5 things. This action changes this one, this action changes another one. Once you get used to that, like this action changes 2 of the fields in the state. You can kind of, once you get used to that, you can kind of, it gets a little bit more complicated. Like here's a conditional change, right? It either changes or it doesn't. And like have it not change would be just copy what it was previously. So that part of the Redux, I think if you understand that at the core and just know that all Redux is just state transitions where each state is immutable, so you're just generating the next from the previous, makes it a whole lot easier. World building tools, yes. Is your green screen being overacted today? Because of the light was so terrible, I had to really go aggressive on the chroma key, but I can lessen it now since it's sunny again. If it's not aggressive enough, that happens. You can sort of see there's the green screen, and I have like a shape cut out for it. I'll try to find a nice happy medium. Gotta grab some dry cleaning back in a while? Okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know about that pizza. I'll give you a point. So points, you can't do anything yet, but if you were to create an account in my game and link the account, then any points you earn by helping me out or giving me advice or feedback shows up for your account, and right now it's just bragging rights. So for example, Nui's got 72 points. In the future, if I get to the game to the point where there's actual game content and it's fun, the points probably be redeemable for stuff in game. Now you have a point. Luckily you decided to go with Vue at work, so you don't have to struggle with Redux and React again. Just remember that Redux is independent of React. So there's nothing React about this stuff. So you could use Redux outside of React. You could use Redux with Vue, right? At least I think you can. And you can use React without Redux. I like it just because I like to have all the state in one spot, and it's easy to distribute it around my app. So once you understand how reducers work, I think the second step, so to speak, is to understand how to convert that into your props for React. And that's through this Redux React mapping. So you have two maps, right? How you get props from state, and then how you make dispatches into props. So the state maps to your the shape, right? So what was I showing? Which reducer was I showing? The dialog reducer? One of these. Stage, I think. Anyway, let's pick that file, and then I was on chat or something, right? So if you had something in your state, you would then map it here to a prop, and then you just use it in your React. And then if you needed it to go the other direction, like change some state, then you have to invent an action, and then you use dispatch to dispatch that action. And that maps to a prop, which is usually a function prop. I like the convention of having on to remind myself it's like when something needs to happen or happened, then that implies a function call. And the functions are just dispatching actions to Redux. And the actions just get sent to all your reducers, right? So your reducers get to pick what happens when you dispatch the action. Just state management. Yeah, that's all Redux is state management. I don't know what the word isomorphic means, but maybe. Now, I go a little bit further, not just having reducers and mapping it to React. I also have side effects. So like some actions actually will send messages over the network. So that might be in-game connection here, right? Send to game. So instead of it going to a reducer, it goes into a middleware, and you can do whatever you want. So in my middleware, whenever you dispatch the send to game action, the middleware picks it up here and it converts it into a JSON string and sends it to through a WebSocket. So to me, it's very nice because I can have multiple middlewares, and each middleware is for a different kind of category of side effects. So anything related to the connection to the game servers goes through game connection. Anything related to your inventory, like dropping an item or picking up an item, goes to the inventory middleware. And then anything that comes back from the server comes back through the server messages middleware. So all of the messages that can come from the game get filtered and dispatched to different middlewares, and then I dispatch a secondary action that goes back into reducers or React or wherever it needs to go. So it's kind of like a distribution center for incoming messages. What should we do to handle every kind of message? Usually we send it back out as a specialized kind of action, interpreting the message that came in, right? But I could do whatever I wanted. And I was working on the entities, no, the stage when you alt-click, right? Yeah, this is what I was working on now. What I'm trying to work on right now is when you do alt-left-click and you have an entity selected, it should copy that entity to the new position. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to see which entity you've selected, get the components of it. If it has no components, return. And then, actually, we're going to get this select. Okay, no, with the selected, the position you clicked is world X, Y, and Z, right? So it's just making a new entity, right? Create entity. Where do I do that? I sometimes forget where I do things. Good thing we have search. Okay, here's a good one. Add background tile. So we'll just copy this. I'm being kind of sloppy here and I would normally just make a new action for this, but I'm just having it dispatch the action directly. Create an entity, components, and here's where I'm going to have, let's pull apart the position component. So const new position, and what we'll do is we'll spread in, I need to get the old position, this one. Actually, it has to have a position, otherwise, what's the point, right? So it has to have a selected position, but we're going to overwrite the X, Y, and Z. X world X, Y world Y, Z world Z. And then I want to filter out. I can do this like this, right? And I can say this is map, right? So selected entity components, map component to something where it's going to depend. Is the component type equal to position? If so, we're using the new position. Otherwise, we're using a new one spread from the component. I think that'll work, but let's see. Let's test it. This is why I have a testing platform. State unexpected assignment on 237. Oh, because this needs to be an expression, not code, right? The other way around. Yes, okay. Not copied, close curly bracket. Yeah, I think we saw the same thing. I'll give you a point, though. Could you show how do I handle authentication? Are you using JWT? I am using RSA encryption for the admin, and for the user, it's establishing a secure connection over transport layer security first. So here, I'll show you. I can do this in the test environment because I don't mind leaking stuff there. Which window is that? This one? Okay, yeah, I'll show you this one. So I'll just log out first, log in, and I'll show you the network tab, what it's showing when I do this. I'm typing in chickens for the password, okay? It establishes a connection to WSS://. So it's a WebSocket with transport layer security. So it first uses like OpenSSL, you know, use LibreSSL, but it's the same thing. So it's already secure. So anything we send over the wire is already encrypted. And the first thing it does when it connects is it sends the password, chickens. All right. Now on the server side, it takes that password and it runs it through a hash algorithm, and then compares that to what's stored in the player's record. If the hash codes match, it says, okay, you're logged in, and by the way, we generated a new login token. So that if I were to hit refresh, it will this time log in with the login token, and then we just do a straight comparison to whatever we store on the back end, and says, okay, sure, same token, we refresh it, and you can use it again. So on the back end, I'll show you that. I have to be careful though, because I don't want to leak some things. So first, I'm going to take it off screen and make sure I don't leak anything. And just go to the entry that has. Okay, this is the entry I want to show you. This is how your game data is stored. And you can actually get the same data if in the real game you go to your profile and you hit download my data. You'll see the same thing. So we're using this algorithm is PBKDF2 with HMAC, which is hash-based message authentication codes, 512-bit secure hash algorithm. And here's the hash stored. It's 512 bits. Every time you set your password, a new salt is generated. That makes it more secure. Or not secure, but it protects your password from being cracked as easily if this password database were to be leaked, right? And then here's where we also store the login token, when it expires, the last time you logged in, and other stuff. The number of iterations in this PBKDF2, we store that too. So it's just, we hash everything that comes in, and we compare it with the hash. And for remembering you, it's by token, so that we never store your password on the client. The most we'll store is the login token, and only if you opted in. So that's Let me see if this is safe to show. Under application, local storage. Yeah. So if you said persist login true, it'll remember your name and it'll remember the login token, and it just reuses that to log in. So you don't have to remember your password. I mean, you don't have to store the password anywhere in the client, and it doesn't send it again. It just uses the same login token. So I hope that answers the questions. Yes, token over secure WebSockets. 3D Extended asks a question regarding password hashing. Shouldn't you hash on the client side so that the clear password is never sent? My rationale for putting the password in the clear over the network is that it's all on an encrypted channel. So the client has already verified that the server is who they say they are because we're using a certificate that is verified by Let's Encrypt. I have a valid certificate, right? So if someone were to figure out how to break that encryption, then you wouldn't be able to log into your bank anyway without getting stuff stolen, right? And as long as no one else can generate certificates for my game, then you can trust that the game is who they say they are. Is it vulnerable to CSRF? Yeah, but that I don't use any other JavaScript, so yeah, so that's been pointed out to me before, that if I really wanted to be perfectly strong, I mean, the possibility of CSRF is pretty low, but if I wanted to go to 0, I would use something like HTTP only cookies. And that would be sent to the server right when we establish the WebSocket connection and not after. So that's on the list of stuff to look into. Looks better than Dwarf Fortress, where we compare the games written in C++. Well, it's the art style of the game is basic because I'm not an artist and I want something that a one-man team, me, can do. So I'm trying to set the bar pretty low. Hey there, Tassocan, by the way. And the name. The hash isn't hard-coded. It's computed based off of the salt and the password and the iterations and all that stuff. Let me know if I missed any questions, because there's a bit of chat there and I'm not sure if I got everything. You should look into JWT if you're planning on replacing authentication logic. If I were to replace it, I would use HTTP only cookies, and then it's that's supposed to be the most secure, because not even my own code would see your password. It would be the only thing that would see it would be the server itself, if I understand it correctly. Okay. I was going to test this, wasn't I? I should be able to duplicate. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that happens because the game happens but without phaser loading. All right, I should be able to duplicate something like this NPC here. If I did this right. And that didn't work. We should do a debugger to see what's going on. It might have worked, but maybe we just didn't see it. What if I move off screen and back on? I don't think it worked. Let's debugger it. Debugger. So, select our orc friend here, Alt-click. Let's break that out. Selected entity, 2713. We get the entity's components. We get the entity's position. We're going to make a new position with world X and Y set. Interesting. Z is undefined. That goes away though, right? So it should have sent it. And why would the game not like to see that? Huh. Well, the game's not complaining. I'm just not seeing any entities showing up. So what should I do? Look at the game log. Stage tailf games journal. And then try clicking again. Run, and what do I see? Okay, I saw it there. Component. What's this new component? Oh, it added a bunch of crap in there. Oh, shoot. I should get the component thing out, not the whole thing. So there's a bunch of damaged components in the game right now. What would this actually do? I think it would get ignored. Alright, let's fix it. So... Right. I can't do it this way. I can't do a map. I have to be smarter about this. It has to be, there has to be a T and a C. Okay. So really that there's always a T, and that's component type. And a C. Why is this indenting strangely? And the C is where I do this, and it's not this, it's component dot component. Okay, the name is weird. I think it's component, but I'm not sure. No, I got the syntax here wrong. Because why? That doesn't need to be quoted, right? Oh, this needs to be put in parentheses, yeah. I always forget that. There we go. Check out the weird speed up in the image that you sent. Something weird on your compiler happens when you compile multiple files. Lexer took 21 seconds. Parser took 36. Is that because it's something is cached, maybe? That's my guess, is that it was faster because the input was all in your cache. But that's my best guess. Second file's bigger? I don't know. I have no clue. You don't have to stop hassling me, Nicola. What were you saying? You could store a JWT token inside the HTTP only cookie. It's just a storage, right? Yeah. So yeah, those are all good suggestions. Let me give you a point for that. I have this all over here under my Trello. Let me make sure that what you have written is in there. Okay, I can bring this on screen now. Was it under here? Yes. So Confusing Straw told me about this. No, but there's another Trello card for this. Let me search for HTTP only. Why would I put it there? I don't know why that's matching it. Huh. I guess it was only here and it was just this. Okay, well, let's add what you had to say there. So this is I misspelled your name already. Yeah, and this kind of went along with it, right? Cool. I don't want to forget that. That's this stuff. On page load, you generate a secret. You use this as the login token for the user before the actual login. This allows you to encrypt the actual password the user enters on the client side. Yeah, the problem is if was it CSRF that there's if you load some compromised JavaScript as it was one of your dependencies and you didn't know it, that JavaScript could be snooping and find that secret, and then actually worse than that, it could see the actual input to, well, I should stop talking because I don't know enough about it, but the trick is to get so that your code never even sees the password at all, right? Or the token that the password gets you. That you go to a different service. You go to a authentication service first to get a token, and then you just make sure that token is never available to your code. It's just forwarded to the server. Okay, yeah, let's try this again. Okay, so click. Let's take this tiger. I like the tiger. Let's duplicate the tiger. I should remove that debugger, shouldn't I? Oh, look, I have a duplicate tiger now. Let me remove the debugger. So now I should be able to put tigers everywhere. This will be fun. Oh no. The world is filling up with tigers. I better go slay them all. Actually, that leads into the next thing, right? I wanted a way to quickly delete this one, right? Shift right click tiles, remove the topmost non-background tile. Right now I have to select them and hit delete or remove. Too many tigers are getting away. I'll leave that prototype tiger around. So I should be able to also duplicate this teleporter. Only it's not visible, right? Oh, and it's got a duplicate ground tile. Oh, and it's got extra junk in it. Oops. Ugh. Okay, I gotta clean that up. Component. How did that crap get in there? Okay, let's just remove them. Let's pick up this NPC and duplicate him, and then look at the duplicate. Now that looked okay now. So what was it about this one? So, duplicate. And then, yeah, what's going on here? The original one didn't have that junk in it, did it? Oh, the position is not right. It's got extra junk in it. Okay. This one, right? That has to only have the dot component. Or really, it would be better for me to, well, no, I have to do this null check first. Okay, let's leave it the way it is. Click, duplicate. Cool. It doesn't have a tile, it's invisible, that's why I don't see it. Let me copy the visible one over there. There we go. Got gateways everywhere. A whole wall of teleporters. Only one of them teleports me. And then I'll just leave them in there for now because I want to put the right click to remove them logic in a bit. What, my push didn't work before? Remote end hung up unexpectedly. Weird. I guess it got it through. It got through and then hung up on me before it told me what happened. All right. Okay, so this is add ability to duplicate entities in the world. Essentially, if you have nothing else than a token or a session that identifies you as you, a man in the middle could snatch that client data and pose as you. Yeah, so you either have to make the data worthless to them or you have to not let them be in the middle, right? That's why the token should contain something unspoofable, unique value from the client, which will fail if there's another client trying to perform the request on your behalf, right? I don't think it's a... Your explanation was not bad. Mine might have been bad, though. Yeah, HTTP only cookie. Are you saying that might have been what I should have searched for in my Trello? Could be. Find that again. How come it... Go to my boards, please. Let's see. HTTP only. Yeah, that's the only reference to it was in what you had written. Okay. I think we're good. All right. What was next? Left click with players panel. Move player to click position. Yes. That's rescue players, right? Okay, I think I know how to do that. That's a new interaction. That's interact players, right? And that's if we have a selected player, so it's kind of like select interact entities. Interact players. Remove this for now. Actually, it's going to be like the shift click, right? So let's take this part and then drop this part. And we just need to find the entity of the player. So where is that? It should be defined now. Save. So let me select a player and look at my Redux state. I think it's selected player. Okay, so I can look at selected player. There should be an entity number in here. Entity. Okay, so there we go. Selected player entity. Oh, but I don't know the components of the player, do I? Actually, I don't need to know the player's components. I don't need that at all. So we just need to know the entity number. Get state admin. Selected player. So that's selected player, and then they have to have an entity ID. So if not selected player or not selected player dot entity, return, and then it's just selected player entity. So const entity is this. Don't need to know the components. We're going to modify the position of the selected of the entity, world XYZ. Done and done. Test it out. When someone steals your token, the token does not work because part of it is a hash. Right now, the login token, I have it tied to the source IP address. So they have to know your IP address and be able to spoof it to use your token. But yeah, I think I follow you. That some other information I would have to know about the client, like their IP address, which is probably not the best because they can be spoofed, right? Something that that the man in the middle wouldn't know or couldn't spoof would be part of the information that the token has, or that I can validate that the token matches. I do follow. I follow it in at a high level principle, but the technical details I don't know. Basically, it's a random regenerate using a random function. It's just that both sides have to know it, and you can't let the man in the middle find out what it is. Mac can be spoofed as well, easier than IP. I know that Mac can be spoofed because we used to do that when we were testing new hardware that had network addresses. IP is harder to spoof if you do a challenge thing, right? Because the first thing you can do is, oh, you say you're from this IP address? We'll sign this challenge, and then it would have to like be able to sign it right away, right? Unless you could, if you spoof an IP, if you could receive stuff sent to the spoofed IP, well then basically you're going beyond spoofing, right? You've now supplanted them at their address. Yeah, security. This is why I didn't try to do the SSL stuff myself, and I just used LibreSSL because I know enough to know that I don't know enough. You can whisper me. Whisper you, Nick. That's up to him, him or her. All right. Can I select a player and then click to move them? Oh, look at that! Yay! That was easy. Let's check that in. Okay, I'm actually almost out of time, but this is cool. Add ability to teleport selected player by clicking. What's next on my list? Direct entity number entry. Yes. So the idea is that rather than having to click somewhere and then click here, that I could just enter a number and it would just show me that entity as auto-selected. So that what would that involve? Adding an input field, maybe to the right of the refresh button in the entities panel. Refresh. Where's the refresh? Here's the refresh. So right here, like would that need to be in a form, or can I cheat and not have it in a form? Like, is this in a form? What does the character panel do for label? Yeah, it's not in a form. I just need to have an on change, and yeah, okay. Can I just copy this then? And this is entity ID label. Fetch by ID, and then value is new selected entity, I think. And then on change field. I don't need this to be in Redux, so I can just say set new selected entity, and then I just need to have a button to that dispatches to Redux that we want to select that entity, right? Well, it has to fetch, it has to select the entity and then fetch the components from the game, which I don't know if I had a backend command for yet, but let's at least make this functional. fetch. On fetch new selected entity. Okay, so that, let's just make that go directly to a prop using new selected entity. And then new selected entity will be a state. So here, set new selected entity equals use state null. And this should probably do a parse int, right? Well, if it parses, I guess. So, how do I do that kind of a thing? Do I need a catch for it? Is that all I have to do? Or, well, I thought it would throw. I think that 10 is actually optional. Do I know lots about the GPU? I know enough to get in trouble with shaders, but not that much. Hey there, Cthulhu. So, you have a question, old ham? I should wave to you too. I know, well, I can't show that one. And this one has some kind of weird bug that I have to refresh. I know that I'm using Phaser.js, and that is using WebGL, and WebGL is a browser-based API to an underlying like DirectX or OpenGL, and fundamentally each of these tiles is drawn with first selecting the geometry, usually in the form of triangles. So any square would be two triangles set together, and after it determines where on screen to draw that triangle, it then uses what they call a pixel or a fragment shader to know what colors to put in that pixel, and usually it's copied from a texture or a fixed image, and the coordinates you can transform them to draw whatever you want. But something simple like this is just a one-to-one copy from a texture like this to what to draw here, depending on arguments like which tile number might be offset the horizontal coordinate whenever you're drawing the triangle, so that it draws the correct sub rectangle within the larger texture. I know that kind of stuff, but that's about it. Have you ever heard of or used Blazor? No, I don't know what that is. Sorry. The 10 is optional, but recommended since the parse is something 1, 2, 3 would be base 8. I didn't know that. And welcome back, Toulouse. But it doesn't throw, right? That was my question here. What's the worst that would happen? It would finish entity 0 and then get nothing. So parse int. And sure, I might want octal, who knows? Client-side C#, basically .NET compiled into WebAssembly. Oh, wild. I don't know anything about that. The only thing I know about WebAssembly is you can take code like C++ and compile it for the web browser, which is already pretty exotic in my mind. A server-side only mode where it uses signals to communicate DOM changes. Well, that sounds interesting. I'm starting to lose my voice, and it's 2 o'clock. I need to wrap this up soon. Let me see how far I can get into this. It didn't like this because I didn't have that as a prop, right? So what if I just do nothing for now? This should map entity to something. Let's have it do nothing right now. Actually, I don't need to do anything. I just do that, right? I think I'm missing am I missing another prop? I need to import that in my prop list. Okay, cool. And so here, oh, it didn't put it on the same bar. If I just type in 523, I need that all to be in the same bar. How did I get that to work before? Oh, did I do it with custom CSS? I did. I had this repeat there, so I guess I'm just adding 3 more, so 5. There we go. And that looks kind of weird, so what if I make it a line items baseline? That looks better. Okay. So the question is, did I do the back end of this right? I might have, but I might not have. Let me see. That would be in the stage, right? Whenever you interact with the tiles, there it is. No, not interact tiles. Interact entities. And you click something. Click a position of the world. Set selected position. What does that do? Get entities at selected position. What does that do? Oh, okay. So I'll need a new kind of backend message, like get entities by ID or something. So I could put that framework in place here at least. Get entities. So get entity by ID. And it will have an action entity. Don't need this, so it's get entity by ID. Entity. Send that. Does it matter if it goes to the leader? I think I just did that for efficiency. Actually, it doesn't need to. It can just be send. Why did I do it here then? Why did that matter? Oh, yeah, it has to be this because only the leader is running the game systems. So the followers will have stale information. Wait a minute. Not about where the entities are, though, right? There was a reason I had to send some messages to the leader. I can't remember why. I'll just leave it the way it is. So we'll map this to an action. Get entity by ID. And then define this in my actions list. And then we'll just dispatch that here. For interact, no, not there. Back in the entities panel. Here, dispatch actions, get entity by ID, entity. All right. Yeah, it's about time for me to stop. I need to do some errands. I don't know if I'll fix this because this requires a backend change to the game. That punctuation needs to go. I should at least be able to verify it will ask the server. The server is going to say, hey, I don't understand that message. Let's see if I can do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fetch. The game will have said, I don't know what that means. Yeah. Received unrecognized get entity by ID message. And then I can also make sure that that showed up in the network connection. Yeah, there we go. Get entity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it's not too much work, I can do it now. And then that would be super cool. I could check that in. It's going to come back though, right? The entities, how does it come back? Game, it's going to come back through middleware, game connection, right? Like entities or something? No, not game connection, server message. Entities. And that does reflect entities. Which gets, okay, that's reduced only. Right. So it's got to be entities. So let me put in place another one on entity, which is not positional at all. That way I can do, I can clear the selected position for one. And this one I can... How do we want to do this? Actually, I'm not going to do this. It'll be entities, but just one entry in it. And then what we'll do is in this one, I'm going to have that also reflect that we're not selecting anything anymore. How do we reset our... Oh, we can't deselect. Okay, it was in the stage that we did this, right? Unselect position. Select position. Set select. Clear selected position. That's what it was. Destroy. Okay. All right. I just need to dispatch that then. So dispatch that when we fetch something by ID. So we will dispatch two things. Or can I just can I just do that where that is handled? In here. Yes, I can do it this way. In fact, we should do that first. And then I might as well just build this in, right? No, we can keep that. Okay, so if I select an entity, we'll clear the position and then load new entities. So let's see if that works. So if I select a position, but then I type in a number here, it didn't clear that. But it cleared the marker, which is all I really cared about. So the server should come back and give me just one thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, or I guess it could give me nothing and then just leave it the way it is. Hey there, Marty. Learning C++, for some reason you can't use the function getLine. You start typing getLine, it isn't in the list of commands below. Yeah, so you're probably using an editor that has IntelliSense. So, for example, let's just try it here, right? GetLine. You're probably running into this, right? Where it says, I don't know what getLine is. So here's what I would recommend that you learn how to do. You, here's an awesome website called DevDocs. And the first thing you should do, well, if you want it, is, sometimes this gets flipped, but I like the dark theme. Type in getLine, and you'll see that it's a C function, and it'll tell you what header it's defined in. So you take that defined in header, and you go to the top of your program somewhere, and you just type include that. Wait a minute. I want the C version of that. Not the C. Oh, it is C++. Okay, anyway, I had already declared it, but an additional thing you have to do if it's C++ is you either have to do using standard : or put that in front. Then it should work. And when you can control click, you can see its definition. That make sense? Yeah, so either std : so the other way is you could leave it like that, but you got to do something like this. Namespace std. Because like this is showing in the dev docs, everything has this, is in this namespace, right? Including the get line. Right? But the using namespace is if you don't like to type the std : a lot. I'm okay typing it, so I just leave that in there like that, and then it should load in something like this, a pop-up that tells you what your arguments need to be. The other thing you might have to do, depending on what function you're using, is you might have to link it with a certain library. So getLine comes with the standard library. So as long as your build system is set up to link the standard library, that you should be fine. But if you're trying to use a function and it's in a different library, like a custom one, then you might have to also change your build system to tell the linker to pull in the library that has the actual definition of the function you're calling. Auto-completion, IntelliSense is just Microsoft's auto-completion. But it's more than auto-completion, right? It's also that you can hover over it and it gets the type out and other things. Anyway, I was working on this, right? Yeah, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so this... I really don't have time to do it, though. I think I'll just resume this work on Monday. So on Monday, I'm going to add this to the game commands. I'll show you really briefly where it would go, because I haven't shown this all day. But when this gets sent to the server, it'll be received in a message dispatcher, which uses a huge table right up here. And part of the table is constructed dynamically using macros. And so it would be here somewhere. Yeah, see this get entities at position? So I'll be adding a get entity by ID, and then I have to fill in the body for that function to look up the entity and to send a message back to the originator, which will get routed back to my game connection, and I mean server messages entities. Only it'll be a single entity instead of all the entities at that position. I just don't have enough time to do it right now, so I'll be doing that on Monday, and I'm sure I'll find other things to do because I was almost at the end anyway. I only had these extra things to go. So yeah, I gotta run. Before I leave though, let me check the live game to see if anyone needed attention. I don't think so. Someone create an account CX. That's fine. Nui opened a new bug. Go to the underground and then log out. But okay, this is the one we fixed, right? Cool. So open it. Thanks. This was a bad bug. Should be fixed as soon as I deploy it into production. I'll leave it open until I do. This is closed. All right. Cool. Awesome. Watching a tutorial and didn't include the string for some reason. Yeah, that's it's just a habit that's useful to get into is look it up in something like DevDocs, and it'll always say something like defined in header, and depending on what you're looking up, it also might say like comes from library whatever, and that's how you get the build system to know about the thing you're trying to use. Is the NPC spawning dependent on number of players? No, it's just hard-coded limit, like it's in the game system for NPC spawning. NPC spawning, it's just max NPCs is 10. When you connect it as a GM, suddenly more NPC spawns? Really? Coincidence? It should have nothing to do with me logging in and adding a camera. Game seems kind of laggy right now. I wonder if it's under a lot of load. I guess I can check. Hold on. What's the uptime on the server right now? No, it's not laggy. It's not doing much on the server side, which is good. Yeah, I needed to keep it under the 10% threshold. Okay, we're good. Cool. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be back on Monday. In the meantime, I shouldn't forget to do this. I have, just like everyone else on Twitch, I have my own Discord. You're welcome to join that to chat off stream. If you have any programming questions, there's like a coding channel there for you. And my schedule, again, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, so 1700 hours UTC. Thanks, Toulouse. Is there going to be any Minecraft today? You starting soon? I could raid you. Otherwise, let me see who I'm following that's streaming right now. Maybe if Playing with Scissors is still going, we can raid him. Ooh. He's still playing Botland? Okay, we have to raid him. I would raid Toulouse also. You should, Fail to Survive is the channel. If you're interested in heavily mod-packed Minecraft, I always have a ton of fun just chilling out and watching him not die, because when I watch, he never dies. But I think right now I'm going to raid Playing with Scissors because he is playing Botland, which is written by Adam13531, and want to draw some more attention to that game, so I'm going to raid him. So we're going to press the button now. I'm hitting the button, so everybody be nice to Playing with Scissors. He is a mod in my channel, and he helps me out a lot. So he's playing Adam's game. Let's go check it out. So see you Monday. Have a great weekend. Bye. Bye-bye.